Iko live sasa. Click you got it. Pale kwenye screen. Enda zoom.
So mute.
Then weka hata ile video play. Ama screen share hapa kwenye zoom.
Mute first. You should mute first, yeah?
Hapo sinaona iko muted.
My
You have to go.
Yes. 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 I can hear.
Neither can we hear you.
Okay. Um,
Tena hapa nani?
Inakuja.
Yeah.
Inakuja. Tu hii signal hapa kama inapanda.
Ipi? Inapanda.
Inakuja.
Yes.
Con nhắc thôi nhé. in academia.
Yeah.
On 2nd August 2022, a membership session opportunity for young lawyers in academia was held.
Wananipa moto.
It sought to analyze the
Wadada wananipa moto.
Ngoja nakuja.
Afu na ukungu sikioni na waangalia tu wanashangaa nafanya.
and appropriate strategies for them.
Mbona mimi nimepesa kama sikika?
So further knowledge.
Mwanangu hata mimi nikiondoka huko sawa.
Inaenda kwa pote.
Hivyo hivyo.
On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital
Inatoa kwenye mic manake. Ya hiyo video.
Inachukua saundi ya mic. Nataka hiyo nini share. Na share sound. Share sound.
Share.
In digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former president Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held.
Haya, confirm. Unanipata? Hadi ndani.
Sauti inakuja.
Ongea tena. Ongea. Ongea tena. Ukitumia mic. Hello. Gabriel, siwezi kuwapata. Hebu mtumie mic. Hello, unanipata Gabriel?
Mimi nakupata. Unanipata?
Hebu ongea tena kwa sauti.
Unanipata?
Na kupata lakini kwa mbali kidogo.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Can you hear me?
Iko sawa.
Sawa.
Huyo ni Gabi. Sauti haitoki. Sijui hata nimeacha bana. Na hizi za kawaida.
Naomba yani naomba usitoke huko.
Kwa nini?
Na ukae tu. Wewe unakumbushana na mtu yangu.
Sawa.
Mimi kama upata kiasi pale wanasogeza hivi. Sasa kwa huko kule.
Kule. Sawa sawa. Ajaje. Tutafika kiti nini? Niache. Ongea na bosi wako wala ulikuwa unakutafuta.
Vipi? Tulikuwa tunajaribu hiyo sound na uko around.
Iko sawa.
Kona. But sasa uko hapa. Ama unatoka tena? Utatoka?
Hizo na kasha kawaida bana tutatoka. Hizo kodi ya pale na kidogo kuanzia jana nimeona hizo handmade haziko sensitive to sound. Na ndio zinasumbua. Ila ile pale kwenye podi ndio iko okay. Sijui vipi
Wasimie hizo tumira kwenye podi
ya kwenye podi ndio iko okay. Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye atakuwa na supervisor yeye ndo atumie hii.
Lakini
Speaker akae podi.
na mjua kuna wenye watakaa pale watatumia mic gani? Panelist watatumia mic.
Ndio video tumie hizi. Lakini sasa hizi hata sensitivity yake kule ni kama haishiki
kwenye humu ndani au
ndani.
interested. Maana sasa ni mtu wa sound.
Sound. As in I nini haisikiki.
Haipiki, yani napata shida na connectivity yake ikiwa
Yes, nakusikia, yes. Nakusikia.
kufanya recording haiwezi. Mix na kile ya recording tutumie YouTube.
Sawa. Nani can you log into YouTube kabisa sasa hivi tuanze ku YouTube.
Kwenda YouTube. Kwenda YouTube tafuta Eals. East African Society. Live. East Africa Law Society. Niko live. Niliweka live from laptop yangu because kwako ilikataa. So saizi wewe nimekurudishia admin rights. Kuna admin rights kwenye Zoom lakini live nilianzishia huko.
Naiona hii hapa.
Kwa live. Simoni inaweza onekana. So I think it's so sound, ensure sound ya
Mic ya nani hapa inatumia?
ni mic ya Zoom. Ensure iko off.
He sends his apologies. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 27th ELS conference in AGM. As you are aware, this year's theme is fostering East African unity and diversity in a globalized practice environment. This conference is an opportunity for us young lawyers to follow into the footsteps of our seniors and justice facilitators. I wish to welcome our patron, Senior Counsel Mohammed Nyaoga, to come and officially introduce the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Of course you can. We are starting a little late. Right, driving straight. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I give this opening remarks. As you might imagine, I was delighted to be invited to make this opening remarks. I did not take this invitation to mean that I've been crowned as a young lawyer. I'm only a patron and honored to be such. My duty, indeed, my privilege this morning, is to welcome you to this conference. It's my honor to welcome you today. When I was an actual young lawyer, and I mean actual young lawyer, and not a patron of young lawyers conference like this, such conferences do not exist. That experience alone allows me to appreciate this opportunity in rather a special way. Conferences like this allow us to learn from a wide range of people. It was not always that way. You hardly ever shared experiences or even thoughts with people beyond those in your immediate confines. In today's world, this is increasingly important. The world ahead is a global village. The way we think, the way networks grow, the way we approach legal practice and legal problems must have a global dimension, and indeed a regional dimension in our case. I'll therefore pay as much attention as I can. Soak up as much as you can. Immerse yourself fully on or in the deliberations today. When I was an actual young lawyer, we were told that youth was wasted on the young. As far as motivational lines go, I can think of far better ones. I don't see the necessity for that kind of review on an occasion like this. I see in front of me a very forward and onward looking group of ladies and gentlemen from whom I cannot wait to hear and learn. Today, we have got very distinguished speakers. Some of them are my friends. That's why I call them distinguished, because they're distinguished. There are no doubts we are going to learn a lot from them. Feel free to interact as much as you can, raise as many questions as you can, because this is a good learning session for you. Thank you very much.
We can certainly do better for the chairman. Kenya, we had a president called Daniel Arap Moi, and there was a way we used to clap during Moi's time. So let's do it, Moi with one. That's for Chairman, the patron. Yeah, that's always does every year, gentlemen, in every sense of the word. Now, we can move to the next stage. I hope our ICTs are ready. We are going to have demonstration of the year that has been for the young lawyers in video. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes. Let's go. So that was 7 seconds.
Video.
Play.
Play.
This forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunities to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the PAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chilowe, the former president of Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May, 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held in client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers like senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On 2nd August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up and coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last, but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters that is in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the applicants up to speed with what needs to be done to address the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum.
Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters in the ICT component. We now want to have our first panelist discussion. May I invite following, forward, we have our moderator, Mr. Masood Saleh, the Deputy Secretary General of the ELS, and the young lawyers represented the ELS Council, Masood Karibu. We have my brother and friend, Redi Nondwari. He's partner with the Shishigan co-advocates. Kenya. We have President Santan Krishnan, former president of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association. Then we have Mr. Muhammad Nyoga, the senior partner at Muhammad Nyoga, LLP. Many hats he wears. I'm informed that Justice Monica Mugeni was able to make it today. Nonetheless, we will proceed. Mr. Salim Mulimonyak, Karibu.
Good morning and karibuni to Arusha, young lawyers. It is such an honor and privilege having served as Deputy Secretary General and representative of young lawyers at the council level to be here to moderate this panel with such an esteemed panelists here with me. And I wanted to kick things off with a quote from Kofi Annan. And I want to quote Kofi Annan because, as the chairman was saying, we, or you, the young lawyers, are really the present and future, and you're going to shape not only ELS, but you're going to shape East Africa and Africa and the world. And in the words of Kofi Annan, young people should be at the forefront of global change and innovation. Empowered, they can be key agents for development in peace. If, however, they are left on the society's margins, all of us will be impoverished. Let us ensure that young people have every opportunity to participate fully in the lives of their societies. Nelson Mandela said that every man is born with a responsibility to his creator, society, family, and society. And we have in front of us, my dear panelists, great young people. And the aim of this panel is to draw inspiration from your experience. And I shall start from my far left. I remember 2017 we were in Entebbe, and back then we just started talking about the need for mentoring young lawyers, the need for building capacity. And Senior Counsel and Chairman Mohamed Nyaoga was there in that room with us. Counsel Mohamed, you were called to the bar in 1985, according to Google, I should say. It's easy for us to look to you and think, you know what? Wow, he's got it all. Senior partner, chairman of the board of directors of Central Bank of Kenya, and the many other hats that you wear. By the way, you have the panelist profile. But surely there was a process that got you to where you are now. So please take us through the journey. And if you were to look back, what are the mistakes that you'd wish to avoid? But what are the skills you wish you had had, or the things that you wish you had known then? And is there a core, a principle also, set of value that back then, now, and in the future, you'd say, this, I would never compromise on this. So please, Karibu, talk to the young lawyers in 5 minutes.
I think I need 2 days for that because there's so much. Just very quickly, when you see somebody develop to this stage and you meet them for the first time, the assumption that they were always like that. That's not the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is that for you to journey professional life, for you to journey personal life, you need certain ingredients as a foundation for you to grow. First is personal discipline, focus, personal management, resilience. Without those, you can't progress. Now, it's very easy when you start off to try and get to shortcuts. I remember one time I met this gentleman. When I started off, I was staying in some locality, which I shall not mention here. And this gentleman came to visit me. And he went and told his friends, I'm not going to live in the same place where Mohammed lives. I want to live in the leafy suburbs of Nairobi. And he rushed, got a house, very expensive. Within 6 months, he was auctioned. And he sought refuge in my house where I didn't want to live. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry, because even when you are building a house, you must put in place a foundation. Ask yourself, do you have the right foundation to journey the professional life? If that foundation is lacking, and I talked about discipline, focus, personal management, integrity, you will crumble. The other one is humility. I still learn even from young lawyers. My people come to me and say, Mr. Nyauga, you've been in practice for 37 years, but I have some new dimensions, some new ideas. I say, let me please sit down. And I listen to them. You must be ready to learn from both the young and the old. Mindset. You must have the mindset to learn. There are these people who are mindset that the difference between me and Mohammed is experience because we drive the same type of car. I've seen that happen. What the difference between me and Mohammed? The difference is just experience, but otherwise we live in the same areas. It's not enough. Ladies and gentlemen, you need also soft skills. These days,
I will tell him to get up for his accommodation.
for you to be promoted, to be hired, to be retained,
So you just tell him
you require soft skills. Because all of you can have an LLB degree or a master's degree. But I'm not going to hire somebody who does not have emotional intelligence. A young man who came to my office one day and I was interviewing for a job and I asked him, so if today I disagree with your opinion, what would you do? He told me I will serve. So that's the why. He says, why you disagree with me? I said, but shouldn't you try to convince me why you're right and I am wrong? Now, listen and gentlemen, it's not a thing. It is a journey that all of us have walked over. There's no death sentence on you. You will grow. Your potential is like your muscles. You can grow as big as you want, but you can also remain as small as you want. Now, if today, and I keep using this analogy, if you walk into a bush, which trees do you see? The short ones or the tall ones? Which trees do you see? The tall ones. Now, I have had lawyers say, there are too many lawyers. So if I start practicing, I'm not going to get enough work. But please, stand up and get out of the crowd. You can distinguish yourself. Finally, my partner is around the corner, and I hope I will have time to talk later. Mentorship. I enjoy mentoring young people. So when this young person walks into my office, what do? I want to be mentored. So I say, who are you? They say, what do you mean? I say, please go. I give my pen and a paper. Go, sit down, and conduct a SWOT analysis on yourself. What are your strengths according to you? What are your weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats?
She was asking who is working.
Now, once you conduct a SWOT analysis, you sit down and we address some of those issues. Today, if you say you have a tummy ache, what happens? You go to a laboratory, they check what the problem is before this treatment. A lot of us have challenges which we think are too big. But the truth is that when you talk to somebody, it's the right person, you are able to address those issues seamlessly. But for you to be like that, you need to have the right mindset, you need to have the right attitude, and you need to have the right ingredients for you to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, very respectful. And we will come back to you. That can be a very simple question. Now, to my next panelist, President Krishna, former president of Association. And you've been practicing the social practice 1988. And you have great experience in employment law, administrative law, and so on. You have the profile, you can check them out at one time. So we are facing young lawyers here, we're facing so many challenges, but enormous opportunities as well. From within East Africa, globally, as our borders open up and as the world opens up more. But there's also stiff competition. The more we open up, there's stiff competition. From your experience and in your view, from a global perspective, what are the core skills that the lawyers, as lawyers in this room, need to excel and to make a successful career? Right.
Thank you, James. Good morning, friends. More than 100 years back, I just like to add what my friend was saying. The book was written by the person who wrote time. It was about 7 lamps of advertising. He says, honesty, courage, industry, wit, eloquence, judgment, and at last, fellowship. A person trying to imbibe all these qualities right from the start of his career as a lawyer. And my friend said, no hurry. You need to have patience. Slowly and steadily you build up all this. And over a period of time, you get a grip over all these things. And once the person proceeds after having a grip over
nobody can stop you from succeeding. If I look back when I began, about 30 to 40 years back, that was the time when the opportunities were less. All of us were confined to our respective areas where we started our practice. Today, we are in a globalized world. We may not be globalized to the full extent, but definitely we are in a globalized world as compared to what it was 40 years back. Which only means the opportunities have grown enormously. Apart from opportunities, we also are today in a technological world. Till few years back, we do not know anything about this instrument. Today, a child is better than us, all of us together. This has given us an enormous, what we call it, not just opportunity, but to learn things very fast. There was a time when we used to go to a library, traveling a long distance, sitting there, trying to find the right book, and from the right book, trying to get the right page where you need. Today, with the click of the mouse, you are able to reach out to space. So nothing stops us. But what is important? The most important thing according to me is your ability to communicate. The ability to communicate, in addition to all that which my friend was saying in the time, just quoted from a book of Mr. About Parry, 7 Lamps of Advocacy, it is called. When I say communication, first of all, I can safely say none of us mother tongue is English. For understandable reasons, English has become a working language for all of us. So once it is not your mother tongue, you need to take a special effort to learn the language and be at home with it. Once you are in a position to be at home with the language, then you will be in a better position to communicate more effectively. More than using the big words which others might not understand. A simple, lucid language through which you communicate whatever you have in mind with your friend, your judge, etc. When I say communication skill, it is not easy. So what can be done? You as young lawyers can form yourself into a group. I'm just giving one example. There might be an important judgment that has been passed in a particular jurisdiction, and that is important because of a particular question of law that has been decided. That can be a topic for debate, a topic for expressing your views. Periodically, maybe weekly or whatever suits anybody, you can organize yourself into a meeting where you can organize all 6 of you would express number 1 in the language for English, and express very effectively, very lucidly about the judgment, maybe for the judgment or maybe against the judgment. If you start doing this at a regular interval, your skill to communicate will become more effective, and you can try and understand your own self by looking at your own 5 other friends who are sitting in that small room. So they are the reflection, and you can see yourself. In this process, I would say the communication skill is the topmost thing through which you can effectively communicate, number 1. And if you are seen as a very effective communicator, then you will be in demand. You will be more in demand in a globalized world. Even if you start from Arusha or Dar es Salaam, you can be part of those few set of persons, lawyers, young lawyers, who is wanted very particular, seriously and effectively across East Africa, across Africa, and the world is against that. So I would suggest all of you come together in smaller groups, learn your communication skills, and the world will lay down the path for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. We will have a chance to come back for a follow-up question, and then of course the audience will give their thoughts and questions. Before I proceed, I'm reminded that since we're all young lawyers, Generation G, please tweet about what's happening here. Communication that the President was talking about. So put it into action right now. Tweet those on the ground. Use the ground. Come on, guys. Our next panelist. Well, Ruben, I think all eyes on you, so because you are younger than the other young lawyers here, or you appear younger than the other young lawyers on this panel, and you're quite an achiever. You are a partner at Ashibista Advocates LLP, experience in real estate, corporate finance, and many other areas. But I think of a particular interest also, to me and to this audience, is you were recognized by Business Daily top 40 under 40 men winner in 2022. Congratulations to that. You don't just wake up and make it to the list of 40 under 40. I just turned 40, by the way. I know I'm not 30, right? And I've not made it to the list. So you don't just wake up and make it to the 40 under 40. There must have been some things that you're doing right. Now talk to us about what are those essential skills to succeed in our today's environment. And if you were to name maybe 3 secrets to making it to the top 40 under 40, or to becoming that leading lawyer, from just a young lawyer to the leading lawyer, what is it you have to share with our audience?
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. At some point, I was wondering who's that. Yeah, but I'm really grateful and humbled by the recognition of the opportunities that keep on coming. So pretty much what I'd say about, I'm not sure they're secrets because even me, I've just come across them. Perhaps before I go into the aspect of those 3 aspects, there's an aspect which I think as a young lawyer, I think it's important, that aspect of leading, because most of the time you hear that as young people, we are the leaders of tomorrow. We hear that perhaps leadership is associated with age, it's associated with authority or the position that you hold. So just quickly deal with that aspect of leadership, then go to those 3 points. And why I'm very intrigued by this, actually just last week, I was listening to, there's a professor called Ronald Hayes. He's a senior lecturer at the Harvard Kennedy School. He lectures on leadership. And one of the most profound things that I actually learned about leadership was from him, and he said that the most failures in leadership are actually leadership in terms of understanding the concept of leadership, where he says that most people actually do not understand what leadership is, and he goes on to describe it that most of us, as I've said, associate it, maybe it's holding a position of authority, or maybe it's having some certain attributes. But then what he mentioned was that leadership is a practice where you then use the abilities, the opportunities, the exposure that you have towards mobilizing yourself and those around you to be able to solve a problem, to be able to meet a challenge, and to do the work that needs to be done. So that's how I'd like to address this question. Then, as a generation, first of all, what's this problem that we have to solve? What's this problem that we have to meet? What's this work that we have to do? And then what are these skills then that if we apply to this will distinguish us as leaders and make us leading lawyers? My senior partner at the firm is called Mr. Nelson Ashitiba. There's a phrase he likes using, and I really like it. He likes telling us that the independence generation faced a challenge of independence, and they fought and won independence for our countries. The generation after them faced a challenge of limited civil and political space, and they fought and won that space, and this was the freedoms we are getting right now. So it challenges us that the challenge for this generation then is to secure these gains that were gained by the previous generation, but to also go a step further and then deliver economic justice for our current generation. And for me, that's an aspect I've really changed. And how then we then, the values that we then, as a lawyer, from where I sit as a young lawyer, I can see that can apply towards achieving this. Three of them, and actually with my team, we usually refer to them as the 3 non-negotiables. And the first one is really delivery to the client and the society around you. Because at the end of the day, we must always deliver to these people. Because when people come to us as lawyers, whether you're young, whether you're old, they have a problem, they have an opportunity that they want to exploit. So what they really need is not to know how much you know about the law, it's not to know how much you've read, but for you to be able to give them a solution to that problem. So building skills that will enable us to understand the problems of the people around us. So they were inquiring why they would never study. The second key skill is being disciplined and professional. As the guys talked, we want to go into much detail of that. And then lastly,
maybe they need something written. The gentleman was like, that is what he was given.
Because at the end of the day, the firms that some of us are running, are part of running, the firms that some of us are employing, their businesses, and they need to be able to actually drive profitability for these other aspects to be able to achieve that. So basically, in a nutshell, my contribution on this aspect would be we have to ensure that we are delivering solutions to our clients and to the society around us. Number 2, we are actually taking lead in being disciplined professionals, understanding that which is required of us and abiding by that. And lastly, driving profitability for organizations in order to be able to take up this challenge then of trying to secure the gains which were gained by the generations before us, but going a step further trying to deliver economic justice in our generation.
Thank you so much, really. I think we people at level 4, someone probably last week was my birthday. Welcome to level 4. I think the people at level 4 sort of think alike. I randomly here asked about the 3 points, but I didn't know that you actually have 3 non-negotiable. So just quickly some follow up. I feel that after intervention, the young lawyers in the room are inspired, they are motivated, and I think they are ready to take that next step. And mind you, of course, I think most of the lawyers in here are already leaders in their own right. So, senior counsel, Nyauka, well, you've inspired us. We know it goes without saying that, you're a believer in young people and you like to mentor. And you ask a very pertinent question that if I were to come to see you, ask me, hey, Masoud, I know you are from Zanzibar, but who are you? The likes of yourself, so very busy. First off, are they available, accessible? And a young lawyer who's been inspired wants to take that next step. And say what should be what does he or she needs to do when we finish this session?
Ataanzia hapo tu. Now, I think if you want to be mentored, you must be out there looking. All right. Now, you take the cow to the river, you take the water to the cow. How does that go? All right. I have seen a lot of young people seeking me out for mentorship. But I also know that there are not many senior lawyers who are willing to mentor. I remember in my speech, I did mention that there are lawyers that don't want people to come to their circle. I've seen lawyers go to court with junior lawyers. They don't even allow them to argue even one point. They just sit there, they're pushing the papers. Now, the senior lawyers are equally to blame for not embracing mentorship of the young people. Now, I met many young people, and they come to me and they say, just come and see me. Let's have a session. I say, oh, you mean it's so easy to see you? Now, the attitude is that the senior lawyers are never available, right, to start with. That's a problem. But the truth also, not many of them are available to mentor young people. I think we need to invest a little more in mentorship. But even as young people, go out there and identify suitable people to mentor. Now, there's a point that I wish to make here, and I'm glad that don't worry that my young brother here mentioned it. We are leaders in our own spheres. We assume that leadership is political leadership. Not at all. Whether you're running a one-man farm or two-man farm, you are a leader. So what do you require of leaders? There are 3 eyes and 4 eyes of leadership. 3 in the sense that the other one is cross-cutting. So what are those 4 eyes of leadership? A leader must impact. A leader must inspire. A leader must influence. But a leader must lead with integrity. Integrity is cross-cutting. So that in whatever position you are as a leader, take a pen and ask yourself, have I impacted? Tick. Have I influenced? Tick. Have I influenced? Have I inspired? Tick. Have I led with integrity? These are very critical ingredients. But as young lawyers, are you upskilling? Are you upskilling? I've never heard of where more learning has killed anybody. You know the muscle, the brain is a muscle. And if you don't exercise the brain, it dies. So that upskilling goes to your readiness to face the professional world. There's something that I want to say here, finally. Do you have the grit? G-R-I-T. What are those ingredients of a gritty person? Now, talent plus effort equals to skill. You have the talent, but you must make an effort to nurture that talent so that you develop the skill. But skill plus effort, you have the skill, you make more effort of the skill equals to achievement. So what you need, you must have interest, you must practice,
You must have purpose. You must have hope. You must be resilient. You must resist to be distracted. You must endure setbacks so that when you have setbacks, you don't give up. You rise, you dust yourself, and you move. The final point. What is your brand? What is your brand? Ask yourself, what is your brand? How do people perceive you? Do they perceive you as dependable, a good communicator, right? Reliable? Do they perceive you as somebody who puts posts on social media in a particular way? What is it? What is your brand? All these are very important. Thank you.
To women, because we are full.
Thank you very much. Considering that I announced you this morning, you truly believe me everywhere. As you might have seen in the program, we had some who could not make, unfortunately. And I went and ambushed my good friend, Brother Mohammed, and said, it's an order. And yeah, thank you so much. Now, Mr. President, you talked about communication. And I want to link that what the council just mentioned, post social media. Now, how, and communication is really key for us, how do we effectively and strategically communicate in this era of social media, where it often appears that the more we communicate, the less we are understood. The more we communicate, the more we expose ourselves in a way that maybe we should not employ.
Let me get from ours. We have.
What is your advice?
The simple answer is brevity. The more brief you are, the more clarity with which you communicate what you have. Albert Einstein once said, I don't have a special talent, but I am passionately curious. An interesting statement. And what do you understand from that? If you are passionately curious in knowing something, and with the help of regular readers, regular reading habit which we develop over a period of time, your understanding of anything or understanding of the problem which is there before the board for you to better the understanding, more better the communication. And the more brief you are, you communicate better. If you are verbose, there might be a chance that the person or the person to whom you are communicating might not fully get what you are trying to say. So, clarity. You get clarity when you do make a statement along with the mind, what important thing.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ruben, number one, sometimes I think there's this intergenerational gap and misunderstanding, and as young people, we feel that we're misunderstood. Maybe as young people, we are driven and motivated, not necessarily by the same things that the youth of yesterday were driven by. And sometimes we appear as not being passionate enough, but we also understand that of the need to be honest and patient and resilient. Now, the question here is, how do we balance between the burning desire and ambition to to grow fast and staying grounded. And maybe if you can just also speak briefly to Senior Counsel mentioned branding. And I think you're also the right candidate to advise us about branding, because if you made it to that 40 and the 40, probably there was some branding that went into it. And then we'll go to the audience. I've not forgotten you. I know this is your day.
Thank you very much. So basically, for where I sit, again, using my some repetitive, but allow me to just go into that. I think the negotiation will assist here, because at the end of the day, regardless of how restless or ambitious or pushy you are, in whatever environment that you are, so long as you are providing an actual solution to the problem, then I think seniors appreciate that. It's the same thing even within among ourselves, the same thing in the society. So regardless of how you approach it, you're providing a solution. Then number two, if your modes and means of then achieving that solution is actually in a disciplined way, where like as disciplined professionals, you see, like for us as professionals, we have the rules and regulations governing us as professionals. So in as much as you're restless and pushing that you're writing to the professional rules, you're being a professional in the sense that you're not going outside the bounds of the law in providing these solutions and pushing for that. I've come to see that one as media people last week, because this is where now some of the ideas which we have bring a bit of a problem. Especially if you're in a business setup, so long as what you do is also driving profitability for the organization. I've come to find that as long as you start within those three negotiables, it's an easy sell, because at the end of the day, everyone wants solutions to the clients, everyone wants solutions to the society, everyone wants more disciplined professionals, and at the end of the day, we run businesses, everyone would appreciate if we are driving profitability of these organizations. So for me, I'd say within those three negotiables, and it works. And it has worked for me, because I'm a very ambitious person. I've pushed some of these boundaries, but these three things have proved me within proper bounds to keep it going. In terms of branding, I think I pick from what Neoga has said and President here, in terms of, first of all, you have to put yourself out there. But then, what message are you putting out there? There's a thin line between just being out there, but putting yourself out there as a professional who's able to do something. And honestly, I think that's one of the things which we are missing as a generation, because we are out there, but we are not communicating our competencies, especially to each other. We are waiting for interviews to go and show that. But then, I think, in terms of branding, if we're putting ourselves out there and communicating to each other our competencies, can help in that branding, because then I, as your friend, will always know you as your friend, but then I'll know you are really good in real estate. You're really good in litigation. You're really good in constitutional law. We are not having enough of those communications. We are not having enough of that in our social media presence. We are not having enough of that when we're speaking to people. We are reserving this to interviews and discussions in the room. And that's what I think we need to do. That. As a generation, we are out there, but now what we need to do is add in that communication in terms of our competencies, so that even the society that is looking on the social media and all these other aspects can start identifying us as, yes, that is Ribbing, but in addition to Ribbing, I know Ribbing is good in this, and this, and can deliver this. I think that's what I'd add to what has been said on that.
Thank you very, very much, Ribbing, and to the panel here. A round of applause for them. You've heard from this side. I think what is coming out here is the core values, focus on impact, communicate, less is more, communicate your competencies. Don't be too humble. He said he's humble, but when it comes to marketing and branding, put it out there. If you speak French, say it. Je parle français. But results and you know your contribution to the firm's profitability. So it's now time to hand it over to the true Waheshimiwa. This is your day, as I said earlier. So we have someone, we have a volunteer to take the mic around. Oh, I can volunteer. I'm so humble. Please give us your name, where you come from, and make it a question, not a statement. But it can also be a comment.
My name is Vivian. I'm from Kenya, and my question goes to thank you very much for that. I've always felt that character is probably one of the most important things we need and from whatever level, especially at the top. So I feel that with the character lacking, no matter how far we may go up, eventually we will just continue. So I think maybe we could acknowledge that some of the things that a young lawyer should avoid, some of the things maybe we look at as we continue to become an ambition and
So we'll take three. We'll let the panelists respond, and then we'll go another round.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Gidega. I'm a council member of the Law Society of Kenya. My question goes to Mr. Mohamed Yaogo, Senior Counsel. Please tell us, at what point as a young lawyer do you, and how do you break the glass ceiling? I ask this because most of the things that you see is that you've really tried as a young lawyer, you're really good at what you do, but there's those obstacles. For instance, the corporates don't believe in you, so that you can't compete with the big boys. So how do you break the glass ceiling? Thank you.
There's
Morning, everyone. My name is Patrick from Bujumbura. Actually, I'm no longer an actual young lawyer because I've been practicing for over 15 years and I'm over 40. So I call myself a young lawyer, but I'm no longer a young lawyer. So I would like to ask three questions to our two fellows, senior fellows, Krishna and Mohamed Naoga. Three quick questions. What mistakes or errors would you have liked to have avoided in your career? That's one. Number two, how do you keep yourself growing professionally daily after almost 40 years of experience? And three, since mentorship is not an easy thing, what should national bars do to make sure that lawyers are properly mentors? Thank you.
I think I'll answer the easiest one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Byron Menezes. I'm an LSK council member. I'm also chair of the Young Lawyers Student in Kenya. Thank you, of course, for the wise words from the panelists. Just a couple of things straight to my senior counsel, Mohamed Naoga. I was just saying to my colleague here that the profession in Kenya has grown tremendously over the last 7 to 8 years. We are now at 23,000, which we both believe most of the other systems. With regard to the mentoring, I've been doing mentoring for the last 4 or 5 years in different processes. And the difficulty of accessing a senior is immense. I don't know if Vivian will agree with me, but it's not the easiest thing to do. And with our numbers, it becomes a challenge. Of course, we have these campaign trending groups that come up when it's time for elections to help young lawyers because we want votes. But the reality is that there isn't a genuine effort. So how perhaps in the Kenyan context, or even now across the East African community, can we enhance this mention? Can we enhance this access to seniors? Perhaps Ruben, also my good friend, will also contribute to say because we know the situation we face. I know in our open council we're also trying to do the same. So perhaps you could give us some insights on that. Thank you.
Answer a few of them. Brian, your dad was a mentor at some point. Much older than me. But I do agree with you that it's so difficult to access senior lawyers for mentorship. I mean, I went through that problem myself. And I remember whenever you went out to seek a senior lawyer to mentor you, they thought you were trying to get money from him or something. They avoided. I came across a mentor myself by accident. Now, I think the bar associations have somewhat to do with it. We need to set up, and I've been raising this for a couple of years, program, a mentorship program, where we have a list of mentors from whom the young lawyers can choose from. We can do that deliberately. I mean, it's not difficult because I do know that there are lawyers out there who are ready and willing to do mentoring. So I think I challenge the bar associations. I see the president here. I think they need to take that up and get out there. I don't know whether my president is here, President Eric, will take that to him. But it is something I feel very strongly about. It is something we must do, and not today. It's something that we must do yesterday. It's urgent, really an urgent need within the profession that we have those programs set up, or programs set up. Now, the mistakes to avoid, I think I mentioned, don't be naive. Keep planning, keep getting ready. And a lot of people are avoiding problems because they're in a hurry. They see one here driving a Range Rover. They want to drive the Range Rover tomorrow. They don't talk like that. All right? And people end up in problems. Just be disciplined, be focused, be resilient, and you will reap the fruits of that resilience and focus and perseverance. How to keep growing professionally? Mentorship is one of them. Get mentored. But as I said, engage programs. Go out there, read. Register in different programs of learning. Diverse areas. You don't have to remain in one area. Do something on tax. Do something on competition. Company law, corporate governance. So that way you become a fairly versatile person. Because the biggest problem we have now is that you remain, if you're doing criminal work, you're just a criminal lawyer, you remain with your criminal file, you remain with your criminals. That is the problem. I mean, just to give my example, and I'm not saying that I'm really the role model of that. 20 years ago, I enrolled in a corporate governance training program. 20 years ago. I've been training for the last 20 years. Now, the benefits that are not necessarily financially, but even network and etc. They are immense. You can't count them. Now I find myself chairing the IMF External Experts Board in Washington. I've never demanded to do that. But because of my corporate governance training, which I did for 2 months, it opened doors. So don't remain where you are. Just challenge yourself. Push yourself. Keep growing. National banks, what they can do, I think I mentioned that. I don't want to answer the question because ladies and gentlemen, it's not rocket science. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. By the way, finally, we assume that it's only young lawyers that require mentoring. No, I've seen senior lawyers who require mentorship. The way I am now, I have a mentor. There's no end to learning. The day you stop learning, you die.
Start with the character and build. See, as a person, as a young boy, when you step into the profession, if you are sincere, diligent, and meticulously prepared, not only with regard to the case in which you are there, but as a person which is visible in the bar, the way you are trying to not only handle the cases, handle the client, dealing with the other side and also the court. In this process, you build yourself as a brand. And when you are building yourself, the question of integrity will solve itself and tell the world, this is the person who you often get to see in the courts. When somebody is making a statement in court, one lawyer is making a statement in the court, nothing there is visible in the brief, but he is making a statement out of his own commitment and understanding of the whole situation. The court believes, even if the other side opposes, the court will say, Mr. So and so is making a statement. We can't say it's wrong. So that statement will be taken on its face value once you develop yourself as a person. That's what integrity is. More words are not doubtful at all. By and large, you are a good person. Not easy, difficult, but it is absolutely possible. Breaking the glass ceiling. Only one word answer is hard work. If you are sincerely pursuing your professional activity, and if you are putting enough of hard work which is required for that particular brief, or say you as a professional, you definitely go as a professional and the glass ceiling, you will without realizing see that it has been broken. Mistakes to be avoided. Don't stand before the court without being fully prepared to argue the case. We see a number of lawyers just before the case is called up, they hurriedly rush to the papers and try to stand before the court. What you might be confident, but there are two others who are watching you. One to pull your leg, and the other to pose you a question. You do not have an answer. So, the mistake to be avoided is not go and stand before the court without being fully prepared for the case. See, every case we have before the court, it is not as if 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 2, 4. No. There are certain things against you, there are certain things which are in your favor. Everything depends on how you build your case before the court. In order to effectively do that, we will my friend has already touched whatever training, constant training, and always get trained, but put the training to use. Once you start doing, you definitely realize that you are in a better position to read. You always hear something called jack of all. Every lawyer has to become a jack of all. You have to master the most of the different stories. But when it comes to worldly affairs, you try and know at least something about everything in the world. Lawyer's profession is a unique profession which gives you to observe what is happening in the society at the local level and at the global level. If you are impressed with the developments across, not just political, it can be social, historical, ethical. So little knowledge about anything and everything will help you grow professionally. Because you will never be found wanting as far as certain. So in other words, the friend was telling, role of the bar. So far, most of the time we have been discussing as to what everyone as an individual can do to better his personality, to become a better professional. But the most important thing which we should not ignore is, for example, we are sitting under the aegis of East Africa Law Society. And you can see there are 6 bars. All the 6 bars have some role to play. As a regional bar, East African Law Society is also having a role. Probably one such reason is we are all sitting here to know from each other. It is not as if somebody who's sitting here is trying to tell something. All of us know each other when we start interacting. So the bars have got a very important role to play in equipping the bar with in tune with the needs of the modern day. I was telling a little earlier, whatever was there in existence 40 years back, everything has changed now. So, how do we get yourself ready for that? Supposing you are the bar of the past 40 years. With constant training, the important roles has to play for the bar at your respective jurisdiction at the regional level and the lawyer will be fully equipped to deal with the situation. Even with regard to mentorship, I was just remembering something. You are sincere and serious before. You come, go to the court every day in the morning, sit throughout the day in some court or the other, observe the proceedings, try to understand. When I was trying to share this with a senior lawyer years back, he said, "You are only watching your mouth." I said, "What do you mean?" By looking at the drama, it is as good as looking at a movie. So you might not be thorough with that particular brief which your senior lawyer is arguing. Here, mentorship assumes a very important role. What it can do. If you are associated with a senior lawyer like Mohammed, you will not just go visit the court. You sit with him in his office. You will observe what he is speaking to the client and what is the client telling him and how he is responding. Then you will also be watching him dictating to the stenographer to file a case tomorrow. So, what was the interaction and what is the dictation about? And once it is filed and you stand before the court, you will watch Muhammad observe you. I mean, Muhammad argues the case. When he argues the case, the opposite side will try to listen. The court might ask repeated questions. Your case might not be as comfortable as you imagine, but in the mentorship process, you will see how Mohammed is delivering on the spot, how he is reacting or responding to a particular question, which is inconvenient. So you try to do something on your feet. This you will not get in any law school. This you will get only when you are accountability and when you are the senior. And as for how he deals with the field, both in terms of facts of the case, law that is applicable to the case, and the way intermediate questions are faced by the senior, and the way he responds. Mentorship gives you all this. And you will not get.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been reminded to, so we have 5 minutes to go. That was 2 minutes ago. So maybe to wrap up, would you want to address some, I think, character one, and anyone else that you want to address? But
Thank you very much. Pretty much, I just go back to what that aspect of integrity, but just add the fact that at the end of the day, this integrity has to be policed in all the aspects of life. Because I'm trying to remember some who says that at the end of the day, so long as you start letting some aspects lower in whatever aspect of your life, they spill over into the other areas of your life. So you can't decide that today I want to be person of integrity on this side, but on this other side, and let the standards go a bit. When you start lowering the standards on one side, you can see it over the other area. So if you're choosing integrity, it has to be listed on the aspects, and they are those an aspect of mentorship. I know it has been covered largely from the seniors end. Perhaps what I would add, we also understand that sometimes it can be difficult for that to be available, but we challenge our seniors to also write books about your lives and document your lives, because we may not be able to all access you, but if you publish about your lives and put it somewhere, a lot more of us may be able to just live that and learn a lot more. Because right now, I love reading, but when we read perhaps maybe about people abroad or older people, we're not seeing that sort of experience in the generation right in front of us in areas that we can be able to access. So seniors, it's a challenge for us. Please document your life. It will give us a much better chance to learn from you in a wider aspect.
Yeah, that was a very good note. Please document, lest we not think that, oh, are these seniors, do these seniors have something to hide? Unless there is a very, and I mean really very burning issue from the audience, what I'd like to do is to give our panelists 1 minute each to wrap it up for us. And since President has something burning, we start with you, or okay.
Just one word. All of us can we let's keep walking that journey, and you can break down last day.
Thank you so much.
All of us have been discussing this topic about the skills of a lawyer, etc. But all these things are there, related to the way in which we are practicing law in the sense adjudication is the basis on which legal profession is traditionally speaking, it was in a different way to resolve the disputes in a very traditional way in our respective societies. Post-industrialized and organized world, we adopted this mechanism called adjudication. To try and see as to who is right and who is wrong. That's what the courts tell us every day as to who is wrong and who is right. Slowly and steadily, probably we are moving away. I just wanted you to keep thinking and keep exploring that possibility. What is the next part? law. It is about mediation. Probably in a different way, we are going back to the traditions. Why should we be in the court at all? Why should we have this mechanism of the court deciding as to who is right and who is not? Why not we think of a different mechanism? With the passing of Singapore Declaration, mediation has assumed the world importance. Because of which, we started thinking, we started telling ourselves, why not we think in a different way? Instead of trying to go to the court and adjudicate our matter, why not we settle? Why not we settle as the most important mechanism? Probably it will be slowly and steadily reaching that place. And one day we might have to think, what is the idea? Litigation might be the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. In conclusion, really, for me, I'd like to challenge everyone that as a generation that's Professor leadership is not really about the positions here, it's not about the attributes, but the outcome of using that position and the attributes. And for us, let's just take up that challenge of protecting the kings that were gained by the other generations and try and do the thing that negotiables to try and deliver economic justice within our generation. That's the legacy that people in generations that are ahead of us and the ones that are coming up.
Thank you very, very much. It has been a great pleasure. We cannot thank you enough for setting up our time to be with us. This is highly appreciated. And thank you, the audience, for making it here all the way from all over East Africa, and for being attentive and helping me put those questions to them. We thank you very much. Next, we should be going for a tea break. We should be.
Thank you very much, Bonamosu. We next go for our tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, military precision. I request humbly and respectfully that we be here at 1:15 to the hour, it is 1:45, that we begin on the next time. Thank you. To the south, I think it's south here.
Ile video yenye ulipewa ya Young Lawyers. Weki on loop hadi time watarudi.
Kwenye live.
Weke tu kwa live hadi watu waione tu kama iko clear. Kuna time inafaa kuonyesha si sahi.
Ilishaonyeshwa.
Ilishaonyeshwa. Uliambiwa ucheze. Iweke chezo.
I'm so sorry. What's that? Sorry, why did you put it under the seat? Something like this.
Sorry.
Hii inachaji au ni
sauti?
Yaani kwa kweli materials kabisa. Tunaenda kunywa tena sisi. Play video.
The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May, 2022. It's sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to redress the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former president, Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May, 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to address the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former president, Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May, 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to redress the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former president, Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to redress the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former president of Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to redress the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum. The Young Lawyers Forum was created to provide young lawyers with a regional platform for experience sharing, networking, networking, and opportunity to articulate their professional needs and expectations. It also sought to train and capacitate young lawyers on the EAC regional integration process. Last year, the Young Lawyers Conference was held at the 26th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting in Zanzibar. A panel moderated by Mr. Peter Chinobe, the former President, Uganda Law Society, sought to look at ways to prepare young lawyers to be future leaders in the profession under the theme, Building East Africa's Future Leading Law Firms. Over the year 2022, the Young Lawyers Mandate was executed through mentorship series delivered under the East African Law Society Institute. Some notable ones included a mentorship session on social media ethics for young lawyers, how to safeguard your digital space. The mentorship session on social media for ethics for young lawyers was held on the 4th of May, 2022. It sought to discuss how young lawyers can safeguard their digital space and interrogate what they can and cannot do when it comes to their digital presence, including their ethical considerations. Capacity building session on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing the 21st century clients. On the 9th of June 2022, a capacity building session was held on client care, a young lawyer's guide to understanding and managing 21st century clients. It was intended to provide mentorship to young lawyers by senior lawyers on how to care for their clients with different needs from the traditional ones. The young lawyers were taken through client care, needs handling, client retention, and law firm development. A knowledge session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia. On the 2nd of August 2022, a mentorship session on opportunities for young lawyers in academia was held. It sought to analyze the opportunities that exist in academia for up-and-coming lawyers and appropriate strategies for them to harness. Last but certainly not least, litigating on digital rights training. On the 8th of September 2022, a training on litigation on digital rights was held in partnership with the Tanganyika Law Society at Wakili House, Tanzania Law Society headquarters in Dar es Salaam. It was conducted to bring the advocates up to speed with what needs to be done to address the currently escalating digital violations. We now look forward to building the next generation of East African lawyers for global competitiveness and leadership, as well as the effect of technology on the evolution of the legal practice. The Young Lawyers Forum.
Mwaramsamwese banyamuryango wa Eals. Asubuhi jamani, mawakili wa Jumuiya ya East Africa Mashariki. And good morning. Naitwa Ronald Mnimba, miongozi wa hii biro. Still, I am your conference chair for this, and I hope you guys have had the best of sessions this morning. In case anything didn't go right, allow me to apologize on my own behalf and on behalf of the organizing committee of ELS. Being the organizing chair, I shall take blame. But when there is credit, do not be shy to say, Ronald, thank you very much for the work done. It doesn't hurt to show gratitude. Friends, our next session is the lawyer of the future, building the next generation of East African lawyers for the global competitiveness. How competitive are you for the global stage? Take us away with this session. I shall have a moderator this morning, as I use Evans. And Evans will do us the courtesy of introducing our panelists, and then we shall take this away. Evans, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jambo. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Now, mine is very brief. I will introduce the next panel, and we start with the bâtonnier, English speakers. Bâtonnier is the president of the bar, of the registrar, Chairman Moise Mukunda Barashi. Now, Advocate Moise is an advocate of the High Court of Rwanda. He holds an LLB degree from the National University of Rwanda, postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Institute of Legal Practice and Development. He was qualified by the Princeton, and after 4 years of practice, he eventually did publishing at Trustworthy Changes. His resume is quite huge. He has served as President of the Law, Rwanda Bar Association, Judicial High Council, National Public Prosecution Authority, East African Law Council, Sutter Foundation Board, the current president of the Great Lynxburg. But anyway, you see these rich, heavy, and all the justice. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Michel Ndai Kerukie. I hope I got that right. Let me use the word Michel. It is okay. It's a mouthful for me from Kenya. Michel, I believe you're from Burundi. So I will come. Thank you. He will be representing Dr. Anthony Kafumbe, who is the Council of the East African Community. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor, privilege to introduce the managing partner, Raro and Company Advocates, my teacher, Mrs. Pamela Dare. Trust me, what we have here as a resume is quite thin, but what you need to know about Mrs. Agere is this: she's the managing partner of Raro and Company Advocates. She heads banking and finance, conveyancing, real estate practice groups. She has over 22 years of experience. She has advised local and international clients in the areas of finance, construction, capital markets, conveyancing, and real estate. She has been consistently ranked by leading directories such as Chambers Global, IFLR 1000, and Legal 500 as one of the leading lawyers in Kenya. In the year 2020, IFLR 1000 ranks Mr. Agere as highly regarded in banking and MA practice. Her teaching portfolio is not listed there, but she teaches at the University of Nairobi, as well as an adjunct lecturer at Stratford University. Last but not least, Rais and East African Attacks, President Francis Gimara. President Gimara is a former president of Uganda Law Society. Mr. Gimara is the head of ALP East Africa. He's a renowned attorney in the legal industry, over 16 years experience. He has international clients, represent banks, financial sponsors, prominent political and social figures. Mr. Gimara is a regular in South Africa Court of Justice. Rex Gimara, I cannot do justice to your resume. A better round of applause for the panel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to have a round of questions to each of the panelists. After that round of questions, we will invite short questions of exposure to each of them. Hope you bear with me. So the first question I will pose to Mr. Dimara. In your experience as a well-established lawyer, with the diversity that you are specialized in, what would you say is key to specialization with more than one subject? Why will it be key? Why will it be profitable to specialize in one area as an academic lawyer?
Thank you, my brother Evans, and good morning, all of you. To respond to that question, I have preferred to advise lawyers that you need to understand, one, the market in which you practice in. You need to have an understanding of the trends. You need to have an understanding of what you can do so that you can distinguish yourself. It is good to specialize, but specialize within the areas where your country is moving. For instance, if you went there and did an LLM in space law and you return to practice in East Africa, you will struggle with that LLM. But if you did an LLM in oil and gas, with countries discovering or wanting to undertake development of pipelines and export in that area, you will be of relevance. So it's important, yes, to specialize, get one area in which the market will know you for, okay? But again, doesn't mean ignore the other areas, because our practices are still small, okay? Our practices are small. In some markets, the lawyers are actually very many. I'll speak for Uganda now. That is becoming a very common thing to sort of undercut. So specialize, be known in one area, but also be competent in the other areas where people are working, land transactions, company things, be competent in it, because it will give you the daily bread and butter. But don't ignore the importance of picking one area and saying, in the market, I must be known in this area. I know banking and finance, I must sit with the big players there. Develop competences in one area. It's sort of a T practice kind of thing. A T, one area you are known for, but that doesn't mean that in the other areas you are not known for. So that's what we need to find.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimara. We now go to Monimo again. You have been practicing for 2 decades, and you have been consistently ranked as one of the leading advocates by prominent legal directors. What advice can you give to young lawyers looking forward to go into the law field? Maybe
Thank you. So the student now has a PhD. Thank you. So very quickly, I have to say this, I don't think that I'm special in anything. The succeed in public commercial practice. And the first thing I want to say is I don't want people to say, oh, work smart, work for 2 hours, work at night all day. Really, it's about working hard. Because working hard is what produces excellent results. And if you produce excellent results, you stand up and the clients will notice. The other thing I want to say also, in corporate commercial, in any area of practice, relationships are important. I know young lawyers especially believe that I was top in my class, I had first class honors, I was cleverest in my class, I will succeed in this profession or in corporate commercial. Really, you must build relationships and you must build it for any area of practice. Something I want to tell the young lawyers also is people give business to people they like. And so, if you're not likable,
So the hardest part of person, nobody will give you one. I have a vision to say this, but then you can deep it. So I'll just tell you something about what my partners say very quickly, just to explain that. Chacha is a very amiable person, and a lot of clients, And sometimes when I refer a client to him, he joke with the client, they will laugh, let's get on it. But the client seems to just have the rapport and the chemistry, and that's what matters. Of course, he does the hard one, and he produces good results. But because he's likable, I think that's why he's built a great practice. So for the young lawyers, you must build relationships, you must leverage on them, and you must be nice and likable. Otherwise, people will not want to. The other thing you must do is really keep your eye on the commercial aspects of business. A lot of people, especially young lawyers, look at law as an academic or clients want to do commercial law. And therefore, when you advise them on corporate commercial matters, you must understand the business issues that they're dealing with. And then consistently, I think this has been said, you must build capacity. Okay? The modern client is very smart. They will know if you're mediocre, they will know if you're average. So you must continue to grow in the profession. And the reality is that a lot of our corporate clients are very smart. So if you're going to advise somebody with basic contractual issues, or very basic business matters, very quickly they're going to realize that you're just not up to it, and they're going to seek another model. So we really must continuously build our capacity and understand the trends. Just two more issues very quickly is you must invest in legal technology. So law tech, red tech, AI. I know lawyers say that it's not going to impact them, but these things help a lot in corporate commercial practice. I was talking to one of our partners who's in charge of our newsletter, and I was telling him that, John, I recently wrote an article and I asked a doctor who I thought was brilliant, and I said, so you can tell me what you did. And he said, I'm very busy. But in 30 minutes, he sent me a fantastic report. And I asked him, where did you get the report from? He said, AI. So I was telling him, think twice about this research of ours. Maybe we need to do things different. So technology is there to help us. If we can use it smartly, it will help us produce efficient work for our clients. And then really just the last thing is to understand the emerging trends in corporate commercial law. There are certain things that we did when we were in the university. The university may not have prepared us for the future, but things like fintech, data protection, cyber security, developments in capital markets, developments in regulations that are coming out that are now based on global best practice and not just our local institutions are very important. So you really must understand what's going on in the world for you to be relevant to corporate commercial.
Very much. You can take that as the gospel truth from Modimo again. Thank you very much, Modimo. We move on to Monsieur Moise Dabarashi. Technology or innovation is at the heart of Rwanda's economic development. How are Rwandan lawyers catching up with the digital transformation going on? How will you rate the tech preparedness for young lawyers? What do you say?
Thank you very much, Evans. I would say that technology and the use of ICT in our practice is becoming, I would say, mandatory. Simply because the use of IT is changing our life on a daily basis. And legal practice is not going to remain behind as far as the use of IT is concerned. Like, as you say, in Rwanda in 2016, there was a decision by the, I would say, the government and the judiciary to start using an integrated case management system. So today, since then, we've used IT, and each and everything that we file in court is filed online. This is a platform that was created by the judiciary that links all the stakeholders in the judicial system, that allows each and every, I would say, stakeholder to be able to get the information that you want to work on your cases that you have in court. Today in the morning, I was working on my cases, sitting in my room here.
I can work on my case when I'm in London, when I'm in France, everywhere. Simply because this very platform, I have it on my phone. I can easily access each and everything that is being filed by my colleagues online. This is a game changer that we cannot imagine in our practice. In 2016, when this integrated electronic case management was being introduced, all of us were like, but what is it? What is this? How are we going to pay up? How are we going to be serving the client? We used to bring the hard copies to the court and then have a reception at the register. Today, it's not happening. So, for us in the legal practice, it's very, very important because it has reduced the time that we used to spend and how we use and resources we were using to travel to court and do things. Nowadays, this system is being upgraded to now introduce a kind of video conference that will be allowing courts to have online sessions, and then people will be having their hearings when they are sitting in their law firms, or will be having my hearings when I'm there. So you can understand that this is very, very impactful on our practice in as far as cost is concerned, and in as far as making it easier for us. So the use and leverage of technology in our practice nowadays is something that we cannot do away with. For the young lawyers, they are the best. They are the one now running these whole platforms and feeding in information rather than the citizens. To be honest with you, today, if you're a law firm in Rwanda that is involved in litigation and you don't have young lawyers that are manipulating this whole system, you have a problem. So the seniors, we are now obliged to go for the young lawyers, work with them, partner with them, so that they can also keep doing this very work that is very, very necessary as far as our practice now decision is concerned. So the preparedness and the level of the use of that very platform for the young lawyers is really on a high scale. But then this is not only what we're supposed to be discussing, because the use of technology in general in our practice goes beyond this very platform that I'm talking about. But again, when you look at, like, for instance, the way the young lawyers are using social media nowadays, it's something very, very important. But then we have to be extremely careful. There should be some. We are now developing at Rwanda Bar Association a kind of regulation to do with the content that they are posting on social media. It's very, very crucial. I've seen that in Kenya it was developed. There's a social media kind of regulation that was enacted by NSK. It's actually inspiring us now, and we would want really these social media to be platforms that can allow people to get the content that will help in their practice, but then also be careful as of what we share on social media as far as, like, for instance, professional secrecy. And we should be really very, very careful, because we've seen young lawyers that go to the social media and start discussing the cases that are still ongoing. So we have to be careful, but then the use of this social media and the rest of the IT tools, there are things we cannot do away with. It's now becoming part of our lives, and the only one thing is how best young lawyers and the legal profession in general can use this social media to get the content that they want. Like, for instance, if you go to YouTube and start learning the pleading techniques, you can get good sessions that are going to help you develop your skills in terms of litigation. So the way we use this technology is what is going to be important, and the only one thing that I can tell young lawyers: keep going and be aware and use it properly. It's going to change, to be a game changer in this part of the profession. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Anthony. Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I say thank you to Mr. Scott Coleman, who is joining us online. He's been there for a while, waiting for the next panel. We thank you. We don't take your patience for granted. Next, we go to Mr. Michel Lakie Wikitie. Sorry, sir. The question. The partner states of the East African community has increased to support the mission with the DRC Congo. What kind of opportunities can young lawyers go forward for this expansion in this?
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Michel Ndaike-Mukie, Principal Legal Officer, East African Community Secretariat. Since my name is not appearing in of the documents that I at your disposal, it would be a good thing that I introduce myself. So I'm standing in for my boss, the Council of the Community, Dr. Anthony Kafunge, who is attending court in Uganda. And on the question that was asked, what are the opportunities that are accruing for young lawyers in the expanded East African community from 3 members to 7 members? I will start by saying that the opportunities for young lawyers accrued then ever since East African community was revived in 1999. And I would start by asking anyone, 2 or 3 who volunteer to answer. If you were to choose another partner state, not where you are from, to practice law, what is that? Which that partner state would be and why? Anyone volunteering? If you were to choose a partner state, which is not where you are from, to practice law, which is that partner state and why is that partner state? Anyone among us ourselves, including the panelists. Thank you. Another one? Another one? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you see, lawyers have different interests in cross-border practice. East African community is from 2010 officially a common market. And a common market, like any other market, it is a market with a certain set of rules. And those rules, to sustain the common market, gain very much in being more or less similar from partner state to partner state. So there is hard work to do to make the common market work for lawyers, for all factors of production to move around in East African community. But most importantly, the need to harmonize laws is very important. Why? Because although no one mentioned it, I had expected that someone would say, I will go to this country because the legal regime of Africa for that partner is more or less similar to the one I'm used to. Because if you are used to a common law system, and then you are called upon to go practice in the civil law system, you find it very hard. The laws that apply to evidence would be different. So
there is a lot to do on harmonization, but on the part of young lawyers, there is a lot of learning to undertake. Number one, to get to know that the East African community has come with a new set of laws, which is called community law. Community law is slightly different from public international law in that community law is localized. It's more or less international law. The principles of interpretation of the law are public international law principles, but it is a localized system of laws. And the opportunities that you have are at two levels: national practice, regional practice. Why national practice? Why regional practice? Because this system created by the East African community has made it possible for national courts to apply regional law at the same time with the regional court, the same way the regional court has been entitled to apply and interpret this regional law. Who is conversant with the first case stated in East African Court of Justice? Case stated number 1/2014. Anyone have ever heard about case stated number 1? My time is going moderation, please. Okay, let me just highlight. There was the case stated, what it means, it is a case whereby parties agree to facts, legal issue, and ask a court to resolve the matter using those facts they have agreed upon. Now, case stated is a preliminary ruling aspect by the High Court of Uganda to East African Court of Justice to answer a number of questions, including whether national courts are competent to apply and interpret the treaty for the establishment of East African community, especially Articles 6, fundamental principles, 7, operational principles, 8, general undertakings, 123 on cooperation of political matters. And the court said, yes, the national courts can actually apply the treaty, but when it comes to interpretation, the East African Court of Justice will safeguard its primacy over the interpretation of the treaty. So if national courts have made an interpretation of the treaty, and the East African Court of Justice has done the interpretation of the regional court, will overrule that of the national court. So young lawyers here, you have a lot of opportunities. All what you need is to learn, get involved, and reap the benefits. Thank you very much, Mr. Michel. Around 200. We will request that as we continue with the session, please tweet. The hashtag is young lawyers, hashtag ELC. Send the information via Twitter through the ELS Twitter handle. Você, vous pouvez m'envoyer par un tweet des informations disponibles ici. Donc, continuez tout le temps. On va apprécier ça. Ça va? Merci. Now, we are going to the second round of questions, and allow me to start with Monsieur Batelier, Mr. Moyes. Second question to you is this: it is believed that no other generation in history is so close to technology than the millennials. The general question is that, as the president of the would you say that the next generation of young lawyers are best placed to adapt to, let's say, relevant?
Thank you very much, Ivan. I believe, looking at what the young lawyers are doing now, the next generation is going to be much more equipped rather than the ones we have now. And they will drive this whole practice to the next level. The reason being is that in my first statement, I was saying that nowadays, practicing litigation in our jurisdiction, for instance, is very difficult when you don't have young lawyers that are manipulating the system. We've got people that have been in practice for 40 years, and in 2016, all of a sudden, they were like, you have to move online. So they still go to court with their hard copies. But then the young lawyers are now driving it and make sure that they go to court with a laptop, iPad, or anything. So the next generation is going to be in a position to have all these tools that are available as far as IT is concerned. And this will allow them to drive the practice and the law firms to the next level as they move ahead. So I do believe, I will respond to your question by saying, yes, it's true, but the practice, as I say, for the future, belongs to these very young lawyers who understand and know how best to use these tools of IT, and this will allow the law firms to move. There are a lot of softwares nowadays that are helping, like for instance, law firm management, that are helping in drafting contracts and so on and so on. So all these tools, the better people equipped to use them nowadays are young lawyers. And this is what brings the kind of complementarity between the senior counsels and lawyers that have experience. But also young lawyers are also now positioning themselves as people that can put something on the table. And this we build a kind of sustainable practice for the law firms and development in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Batoria, thank you very much, sir. We go to Mr. President, Emeritus Francis Dimara. You have served as the president of the General Society. You played a key role in establishing.
I'm looking for some some stuff.
And you share the benefits of such initiatives. Being active in such a situation, crucial for their own lawyers.
David left today. Because he's not even.
Thank you so much. I earlier on did say that, and I want to repeat that as lawyers, especially young lawyers, we are well positioned to notice the trends of what is happening and positioning ourselves so that we are at the right place and at the right time. Many years ago, when I went to do my master's in Cambridge, one of the options I had was international arbitration. And when they were speaking to us many years ago about that, and they told us from here with this LLM, then you are walking into CIAP, which should be even easier. Sort of, they gave it the high profile that would enable any participant in choosing that LLM walk through and become a member of CIAP, and I would have been a CIAP member many years ago. Now, because I did not know at that point, at that place, I was a young lawyer, I did not appreciate, where this resolution was going. So I had not spoken to a senior to seek their guidance on this issue. And that made a huge mistake. I did not attend that class, and I missed an opportunity to fast track my learning in alternative dispute resolution. Indeed, I would have joined CIAP many years ago. And I say this because I would like young lawyers to understand that you need to get away from an entitled mentality, the symbol of arrivalism, and sort of get your mind to be as alert as possible. And I say this with a lot of respect. Many times when lawyers have got that diploma and have enrolled, many think that learning ends there. And it does not help that society also, right from our families, they prop us up. Landman is a lawyer, is a landman. Then you also think you have arrived. Whereas a lot of things are changing. You need to have a studious mindset. You need to have the humility to understand that you don't know. In fact, it is better you operate, as if you don't know, so that you get to learn as much as possible. So I made that mistake as a young lawyer, and I'm only able to fix it, much later. Because eventually, when I became president of the Law Society, I actually discovered that even when Uganda was the first in East Africa to fast track arbitration in terms of having a law, many countries had overtaken Uganda in many ways. And that situation was unacceptable because the trends then had it that people prefer their disputes to be resolved much quicker. They want alternatives in terms of, and I think it was emphasized in the panel, that mediation and all these things are coming back, because then the clients are discovering that perhaps I can resolve my dispute much better than litigating. And for the commercial entities, some of them are beginning to understand that if I got Chacha or Dera with 30 years plus experience in banking and Pamela as an arbitrator, they would deliver a better decision for my dispute than getting a newly appointed judge who is in commercial court but who has been a criminal prosecutor all their lives. You get the point? They've been a criminal prosecutor, but now they're a judge. First place of deployment is commercial court. And now that is the person who is supposed to advise you on an intricate fintech matter, and they have done criminal all their lives. They are going to struggle. So I would rather get Chacha and Pamela, and I say, okay, do you look at Chacha's CV experience in banking? He has a list of all the major Kenyan banks. They trust him. Can we have him resolve our dispute? So the clients are beginning to understand that conversation. And that is why today alternative dispute resolution is becoming a major attraction, because then it offers the advantages that the formal justice system is unable to offer to clients. So that is what led us to start ICAMEC in Kampala. It's what led us to knock at the SIAB Kenya door to tell them, look, we want to start SIAB in Uganda. Can you hold our hands? And they have done that, and recently SIAB Uganda was established. So in terms of relevance, in terms of understanding, that is the reason that led to that. To know that the client today is thinking about alternative dispute resolution. The client today would as well want to find a very skillful lawyer who would do, for instance, mediation if it is a dispute where the parties have had a relationship for 30 years. Going to court definitely is a win-lose. Going to a mediator, you are helping these people who have worked together 30 years mediate this dispute and retain the business relationship. I think that kind of lawyering is emerging as very helpful in the resolution of disputes today. And as young lawyers, we need to watch it, we need to empower ourselves. It will require skills development. It will require us to understand that having been trained, as the best lawyer is a litigation lawyer, that perhaps as a model is undergoing some interrogation. There is another model being considered. Now, in that model being considered, the question is, are you present in the conversation? Are you present in obtaining the necessary skills? Like I said, I made a very big mistake. I would have fast-tracked my learning. I am back in class, you can imagine, trying to empower myself at this age. No longer a young lawyer, but doing things that if I was a young lawyer who had perhaps, listened much more, perhaps widened knocked on the doors of mentors more forcefully than I did, not that I didn't, But I think mentorship is about you showing more anger and knocking, because the senior lawyers will always be busy. You know, for me, you will have to knock like thrice. Then I say, okay, I think this one is serious. And then you sit down. Why? Not because I don't want to, because my plate is full. But again, I understand, just like other senior lawyers, that we owe it to the young lawyers to hold their hands just like they are. So that conversation as young lawyers, again, what are the trends? What is happening? What is changing? Where is it changing? Am I adapting? The key word is adapting. Am I adapting appropriately to be found relevant when the desired change happens? It's a question we must always answer, and it's something that we must always keep at the back of our minds. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My brother from Eals behind a couple of participants here on our right class, we organized the right of class. Thank you very much. Mr. Michel, the next question is for you. I'm told that we are running out of time. Humbly and respectfully request that you keep it short. The question for you, Mr. Michel, is in your observation as counsel to the East African community, how does the East Africa Law Society contribute to the regional integration process of the EAC? Do you think borderless litigation practice will ever become?
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. The ELS contributes a lot to the integration process in South Africa. Number one, the ELS, through its strategic litigation strategy, they activated East African Court of Justice somehow to make the treaty reliable. They have brought to court a number of cases, and a number of them were to the effect of challenging the interpretation to give to the provisions of the treaty. And this permits the court to give their thinking, the interpretation, authoritative interpretation on the provisions of the treaty, which now, as I said earlier, the national courts can apply uniformly. This is very important. Original jurisprudence goes down to national courts and applied uniformly. This is a very good step towards harmonization, both our legal systems, our legal regimes. Number two, East African Law Society, through programs like this one, they teach a lot on community law. And young lawyers here, you have lots of opportunities in studying community law, in reading the treaty, the protocols, the annexes, the directives, the laws of the East African Legislative Assembly. Then when you get to read all those sets of laws, you will now apply them in your national courts first. And where you think that the intervention of the regional court is needed, you are going to advise the court to ask for interpretation at the regional level. East African Law Society is also very instrumental, and we are very hopeful that they are going to assist the community to revive East Africa law reports. It is in Article 126 that the community undertake to revive the publication of East Africa law reports
Africa Law Journal, which were before in the old East African community, but which are not yet revived as we speak. So now East African Law Society, we've been having good talks with them, and we are hopeful that they can assist in reviving those law reports, which are very important. You know what a law report means to a lawyer. I will not dwell on that. And lastly, on the last question, whether cross-border legal practice will ever become a reality, I'm very hopeful that cross-border legal practice will one day become a reality, because not longer than September, the partner states legislative drafters have drafted Annex 7 to the Common Market Protocol, which is on mutual recognition of academic and professional qualifications. That annex sets the ground for the rules that mutual recognition agreement for cross-border practice of advocates, which was to be signed a few years ago, but aborted somehow for the reason that this annex wasn't yet in existence. So we believe that after it is passed, this now mutual recognition agreement will be signed, and that will set the ground for cross-border legal practice. Chair, moderator. I throw it back to you.
Thank you. Yes, good. Thank you. Finally, I go to Mwalimu here, and the final question is this. Can you please share tips and insights on how young lawyers, especially women lawyers, can package themselves for professional opportunities and ultimately get recognition?
Thank you. So just some few points that I'm sure we're trying to close. I think everything in life is about strategy. We really have to have a strategy for career progression. Okay? Now this is some 2 points, like some 2 ways that I say that. Hope is not strategy. You can't just hope that things will work out. You have worked hard, you hope that things will work out. Somebody else has also said a vision without strategy remains an illusion or a vision. So you really must have strategy on how you want to succeed in your career. But I'm talking to the ladies first, so the gentlemen is speaking for a moment. The other thing about as ladies is I always tell ladies that you have to be seen as an objective person. Don't take criticism personally. Okay? You don't have to like the teacher to embrace this. You know what I say, ladies? You don't have to like the teacher to embrace this. In my office, the teacher helps me management. Saying he's giving a couple of months. I fight with him a lot, but I don't take it personally, and I know he's coming from a good place because he has been in that area. He was our managing partner, now our senior partner. So don't take things personally. Even when he tells me something, I know it's coming from a good place, even if I don't agree with him. So you don't have to like the teacher ladies to embrace this. The other thing I want to tell ladies, and then I'll just stop generally. Is don't stop until you have to stop. Obviously, ladies, we are different from men. We have children if you want to, if you don't want to, it's fine, that's very legal. But if you are going to have children, a lot of ladies give up. They wake up and they realize they're pregnant, and they say, oh my God, my life has ended. Now I don't need to be ambitious, I don't need to work hard, nobody will promote me because I'm pregnant. You know, it doesn't, you don't have to stop. I think pregnancy is not a disease. Unless you're sick, I mean, you have some serious conditions, 9 months and the baby's out, isn't it? So I always say ladies, be ambitious. And if you're a hard-working lady, your boss will understand. We have many men here who are fathers, who are grandfathers. So please don't stop until you have to stop. Have your baby, it's a season when you have to do this. I was telling one of the young lawyers in Kenya, I was looking at her baby in the morning at breakfast and telling her, oh my goodness, I can't do that anymore. Because now my baby is in college. But once upon a time I was there, isn't it? What I'm trying to say don't stop until you have to stop. Of course, there are circumstances that will change. You have a child that needs special support, special needs, or is at rest, and you may have to, of course, change course a lot. But just because you have a baby or because you have to support your family doesn't mean that you have to stop. But importantly, ladies, you must have a good support system. Okay? And the men will not like this when they say it, but you must marry them. You must marry a good man from the onset. If you marry a man who's driving you crazy, you will not succeed in the profession. So I have a lot of things at home. I tell you that going to Asusha, oh, good for how long are you going? Do you need anything?
You're the
Who are you going to?
coordinating the flight. Yeah, now I'm moving under now.
But please have a good support system.
That will be used house. I have my presentation, my slides over there, my laptop. I have a flash.
So that you can
When is it?
So when you ask me a question, I'll present.
Let me call the screen guys to assist me.
Okay, then I have a YouTube channel which I wanted to show. I don't know you can always find it.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, of it, but you could have media flash now. I put the presentation there.
Somebody talked about that. I think it's you have to manage it, you have to be professional, you have to be smart. Don't self-sabotage. Okay? Even if you're having a baby, it's good be happy because I have them, you have them. Just do what you have to do. I mean, I have a friend, because she's my friend, I can say it in the audience. She's telling me, I have husband. I don't have help. I told her, no, this man are not going to help. Just give for 1 week, sort out this mess. So that there's a solution. We pay them a little bit better. Okay? So look the part, be responsible, preserve your dignity, and don't self-sabotage. The other thing about ladies and happening also, don't actually lose the system. You are qualified just like your male counterparts. We're in the same school, you did just as well, maybe better than them. Okay? So take your place, lean in and sit at the table. You are there for merit. Don't sleep. And for the men, obviously, I do the same things that I just work hard and leverage your relationships and you succeed in this profession. And good luck to all the young ladies.
My elder brother,
Then project the challenge is that this is the laptop they're using for the coordination.
Now we are going to the question session. Short, brief,
alternative.
The lectures will be reflected in class.
Only slides.
So hands here.
I use my laptop.
Questions?
It's going to disrupt.
Anybody with a question?
To disrupt?
Wow. You have any please?
Actually,
so let's clap for ourselves.
So
let's support the brother.
Where is the YouTube channel?
Good afternoon.
Just let me open this. Because usually with I can always give you a right. You can do anything with the laptop and it's projected on the screen.
So which one is more effective?
I think the more effective one, if you can even use my laptop if yours has a function.
Yours is okay. It has a bit slow. That's why I wanted to the first one. But also, it could be disorganizing from an analyst and a computer. You get what I mean?
So I will signal me to move to the next one.
Yeah, I will imagine let's say this one's the next slide.
Because what I'm going to
would like to reach out is that the senior advocacy is taking talking about mentorship of young lawyers. If you find a way of reaching out to young lawyers and mentoring them, that regard, it has left positive impact in my life. I do the same thing. I always reach out to any junior young lawyer, that have been in 18 years in practice on the point project. So I can, and I hope that
that I have been beneficiary of mentorship from Mr. Tata there, from our company. Very good, thanks very much. I see a brother there. Let's keep it short. The testimonies and the questions. Let's keep them short. We are convening the next panel. Mr. Kenneth will forgive me.
Good afternoon. This comes from South Sudan Bar Association. I have two questions. One about there was a question in the panelists about the fact that the partner states are certain water. If you look at the last two partner states, South Sudan and DRC Congo, 6 and 7. In terms of technology, which my brothers topic here extensively, we seem to be lagging behind. We are still behind in terms of capitalizing on technology, like what Moise said about Rwanda. So I'm just asking a question. What alternatives are there for young lawyers working in states like South Sudan, DRC, and others that are still behind in terms of technology, where things are done manually? What you advise young lawyers to do? And lastly, about the East African society. You have talked about how the PLS are trying to pull over things at the East African. If you look at my country, South Sudan, we don't have a sub-registry of the East African courts there, which makes it even difficult to utilize the opportunities. You have to travel to Nairobi or any other partner state. So what do you have so that young lawyers from those countries are also benefit from, especially with regard to the African policies? Though there's an online filing, but the absence of a registry in the country which the partner states is to me a difficult. So what alternatives or plans do you have? Thank you.
We have any other question? Any other question? Any other question? See one here.
Thank you very much. My name is Elliot Irisana. I'm from the Burundi Bar Association. It's a contribution I would all advise. Thank you for this session, for this topic. I think we more talk about mentorship. I would like to invite Eals, because we know how our schedule, the schedule of advocates is very, very busy. Why not invite those speakers to write and send to the Eals and put on a file so that we can easily read it? Because when we come here, we are not children, but still we are not. They say that a mistake some of young lawyers don't go to know. So why not make it easy using the technology? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moise, your questions. The questions directed to you.
I would say, if I have to speak from a perspective, like for instance, of the work of mentorship for young lawyers, one of the things that I was very happy about is this panel to be with my brother Emma. In 2016, that's when we were on the class of ELS, and we had spent almost like a year fighting to make sure that this forum is created. So in as much as we are still complaining about mentorship in our constitution and so on, at least this forum is in place.
MLAs have consistently organized this forum from there in Dar es Salaam in 2016 up to now. Another thing that is very promising, by the way, this whole forum that we are talking about, is to see people like Chacha in the room. He's not speaking on any of the panels, but he's here. Look at President Santana, he's here. Look at people like former President Francis. So I think President Bartolomé Julien, look at the Secretary General of the There is a lot of opportunity in this forum that you young lawyers should take. Do not miss any of these opportunities that are here. You can interact with them out of this very session and learn, keep on learning, keep on learning. Again, of course, there is a lot that we still have to do. I do agree with that very comment from the young lawyers. We've got to work very hard and make sure that we improve how we do this mentorship. But then, all these opportunities that are available, try to exploit them as much as you can so that this issue of mentorship is not really remaining unlike.
Molly will take 1 minute, and we'll go the rest of the panels, 1 minute each.
Okay, 1 minute, but I just want to say something very quick about mentorship. So I have a different thinking about this mentorship thing, and I know they've done well to start the past step. But let me tell you, mentorship must be mentee driven. That's something I strongly believe. I think he told you, counsel there, senior counsel, that really he's so busy. I can't imagine that people coming and telling me, can you be my mentor? It's really not that formal and direct. Can we have a meeting every Thursday or every 2 months? It doesn't work like that. You really have to be aggressive. Let me tell you. And one of the things that you must do as a mentee, for example, if a senior asks you to do, make sure you do such a fantastic job. Study the seniors. What is his interest? I was telling Chacha that if somebody knows Chacha is interested in training cross-border or come across the crime and find out he has an interest, do research and give you the material, tell you this is the latest material I've even highlighted. If you keep doing that with the seniors and adding value to them, they will feel guilty. They are human beings. And what they will do, sometimes I do this when people, this person has really gone out to the original thing and say, did this conference come? People are not allowed to talk, but just sit there or sit next to me. Sometimes I'm invited for special meetings and I tell them, sit in the boardroom at the corner. You can't speak, but come in, I've invited you. So add value. Push, push, push. If you don't push, you push back. Now my last 1 minute. So just to encourage the young people. Okay, the Chinese say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. So there are great things ahead for people, greater than what we have or what we have. So don't be fixated and think, oh my God, it's bad, I can't make it. Just start by prioritizing. You can't do everything. But remember the simple 4 things. Firstly, focus on workplace excellence and hard work. You must do that. Secondly, business development. You must develop yourself as a brand. Thirdly, we've said this over and over again, you must build capacity. And then fourthly, you must develop yourself as a person and continuously build capacity if you want to stay relevant in the future. Thank
you. Thank you very much. Let me take this 1 minute to and use it well for the question that you had sent me previously that you did not ask in the interest of time. One of the questions that they did not ask that they had sent me previously was, young lawyers are now running away from litigation. Is it true? I don't know. It's true. I see a lot of them say it's true. I want to remind you that the rest of dispute resolution mechanisms are alternative. They are alternative. This is the traditional way of resolving disputes. It has always been, and I still believe it will remain even in the future. Of course, ADR is taking a good space in that very area of dispute resolution. And it's good to have that very area as even a specialization. I like it and I do arbitration sometimes. But litigation for a lawyer is
the DNA. It's the DNA of a lawyer. Have you ever felt like the kind of satisfaction you get when you're getting someone out of jail? No single cost that you can that you can. Okay, lawyers, you like fees? That's our business. But then look at the value that you're adding when you're taking someone out of prison. Don't you think that's the major value that we are adding to this whole society and injustice? Yes. So let's keep it up. You never, or you can choose the cases that you're handling. You can decide to choose. That I'm going to, like for instance, I'm going to be doing strategic litigation, public interest litigation, for instance. But this setup of the courtroom and the judges and the arguments and the counter arguments, cross-examination in front of a judge. I mean, if you're a lawyer that is not doing that, you're missing.
Thank you.
I honestly think you're missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michel, 1 minute.
Yes, I'm going to react to by one of us. In fact, I didn't know that there was no sub-registry. The 5 sub-registries that are already in place were established when I was still a research officer in East African Court of Justice. And it required only for the host partner state a bail and office, the High Court, or wherever Supreme Court. So the bail and office get the deputy registrar to supervise the court clerk will be there, and then that supervisor will take it is as simple as that. Of course, the rest of the infrastructure will be paid by the Court of Justice. So I think it is upon maybe the AG or the Minister of ASC Affairs to interact with the East African Court of Justice. The modalities for establishing a court sub-registry is not really a big deal. Let me now use 1 minute to add that.
30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. To add that the East African Court of Justice has got an arbitration position. If you didn't know, just note and go read Article 32 of the treaty and get to know that the East African Court of Justice can transform itself into an arbitration tribunal. And if the arbitrators are paid by the community, not by you, so it's a good avenue for this settlement.
Thank you very much. President Gimara, good to you.
Thank you. On the issue, just very quickly on the issue.
We've met here again.
I think why there is no surveillance, the reason is sit here. But we can have a conversation because I am aware and I have been provided. What we need to discuss with lawyers of South Sudan is the strategy. And the problem is not the ESC, the problem is backward. So how do we engage to resolve that issue? I am happy to have a conversation with anyone from South Sudan on that. And this is especially important because in my regional practice, I have noticed that if we are to make regional integration work, we need to expand frontiers. I mean, these frontiers are opportunities for young lawyers. Young lawyers may not have the energies to do all these matters, file across, but I can tell you without fear of any contradiction that you can lead in efforts of doing regional practice with ease. And the best way to do it is by embracing learning, tracking the developments, and challenging them. So in closing, disclosure, let me say this, and somebody asked a question earlier on, where would you want to practice if you have to choose a jurisdiction other than your own? I have my answer, and now I can give my answer. My answer is that I would choose a jurisdiction that respects the rule of law much better than any other jurisdiction. And for me, as a lawyer, I like to remind young lawyers that you see, our factory, if the raw material of the factory in a certain thing is maybe other goods, for us as lawyers, our raw material is the rule of law. And the rule of law is something that we must watch out for. Unfortunately, we have been taught to believe that a successful lawyer is one who probably runs a successful firm and has good clients on his side and is being very successful. I think I'm beginning to interrogate that. I would like to define a successful lawyer as one who promotes and defends the rule of law at all times, because he or she understands that without the rule of law, he cannot have that commercial, transaction or that commercial matter resolved in a way that the law will be upheld and respected. So as young lawyers, get back to promoting the rule of law. Get back to those spaces, because without the rule of law, the market will shrink and there will not be jobs. Today, one thing you must do without even thinking about is to become leaders, because you are leaders. The majority of the people in East Africa and the world indeed are young people. And the context of the law is changing. We are seeing, even in this situation, that the greatest threats are emerging around the area of disrespect of the rule of law. This is going to be very possible. Because as young lawyers take the issue of upholding and promoting the rule of law as a core, because without it, the profession will be dead and there will be nothing for us to be proud of as lawyers. We'll look on and become redundant the moment the rule of law is not upheld. Indeed, as the IDA says, okay, look after the rule of law so that the rule of law looks after you. Thank you. Lastly, turn up every day, in every event, in every work you have, and be a better version of yourself. That is the mantra of success. Thank you.
Mara is my senior in the rule of law committee. What a good ambassador for that committee. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, time is lost. I want to invite my brother. But before I invite him, may I thank this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I invite my brother, the next panel comprises Mr. Scott Cohen, who will be joining us online. We have Mr. Sunday Damugoba. Sunday. Then we have my teacher, Mr. Bosire Nyamori. Mwalimu karibu. Mr. Bosire Nyamori. Thank you very much. We can welcome them with the Mr. Kelly Guru. Then we have the moderator of the session, Kenneth Mohandi. Mr. Mohandi.
Thank you very much, my brother Evans. Friends, I hope this was a wonderful session. And not pick anything, at least pick up from just point for my brother about the team doing amazing work at Orano. Friends, we just talked about technology. Can we just pull out our phones? How many of us have Twitter accounts? We cannot pretend to be listening to technological sessions and we're not on Twitter. What kind of young lawyer are you? Neither are you on LinkedIn. So how are we going to find you if you can't find you? So what are our Twitter handles? Hashtag please tweet. By now, I've got seen some selfies. We take selfies and we tweet. Let the world know that you're attending a serious session where the likes of Chacha are. Isn't it? So friends, let's tweet our hashtag. Our hashtag is @Eals. Home 2020. Tag us in all your tweets, and most importantly, share the tweets. All right? Then we shall know that indeed we're trying to get to that world where technology is ruling. Friends, welcome with me, Kenneth, and Kenneth, over to you, your panel. And just before we finish that, this is our last session for this day. In the evening, I'll be hosting you for a cocktail. Be ready for a cocktail. I hope you brought out your gaming jeans. Professor, do you need gaming jeans? Good. I hope you brought out your gaming jeans and your flower shirts for the cocktail party, right? See you in the evening, and I hope you enjoy this afternoon session with my brother Ken. Carry.
She's written from the
You. Good afternoon, my people.
Yellow dress.
I think since this is lunchtime, but we really enjoyed the panel before. So before we start, I was hoping just to tickle you before we start the panel, and hopefully you can be awake. Could you just help me stand for a moment? I just want to take one exercise, just for 1 minute. I realized one of the biggest ways to make sure that we are attentive is to breathe. So I'm going to just try and take you through a very short breathing exercise, and hopefully after this we'll be able to first come down as we prepare for this next panel. Could you just indulge me and close your eyes, please? So close your eyes, and as you're closing your eyes, I want you to just feel your feet on the ground. I think all of you are standing. Just feel your feet on the ground, and you're going to breathe in through your nose very deeply, and breathe out very deeply. So the second time, breathe in through the nose, and this time we're going to count up to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and breathe out for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more time. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Welcome back. All right. This afternoon, we're going to be discussing the future of law. And really, I think with mental health being as it is and the stresses of the legal profession, breathing, which we have started with, is one of the techniques or tools this panel is going to share with you as one of the things you need in your arsenal armory as you navigate legal practice in 2023 and beyond. So please, don't forget to breathe anytime that you're just about to start a meeting, just about to start anything that you're going to do. And so this afternoon, I have a distinguished panel. One of our panelists is joining us online, Mr. Scott Cohen. But before we start, I read an article just as I was coming up, and was saying that the legal industry trends in 2022. 1, the increasing importance of legal technology. Number 2, coping with increased volumes and complexity of information. Number 3, meeting changing client leadership expectations. So clients talk leadership expectations. Our clients expect more from us as legal practitioners. Number 5, emphasis on improved efficiency, productivity. And number 6, growth of alternative legal service providers. There's another one that I read looking at the practice areas that lawyers can be able to look at that are really catching on. One of those is media. The other one is biotechnology, gene editing, and things of the sort. And then, of course, technology. Then we have big pharma. Most of our countries, if you're interested in intellectual property, still, I think, well, East Africa is mixed. We have a few countries that have reached middle income status and as such can register patents for medicines and other pharmaceutical products. Others are still in the low developing category and as such cannot. But in the near future, we're seeing also resurgence of things like herbal medicine. Outside of that, you also have food and agri-tech, and I think herbal medicines would also fall within this category, and then private equity. All of these, I think there was a speaker from the previous panel also mentioned space law. I don't know if you know that I think Uganda just a few weeks ago, a few weeks ago, launched a satellite into space. And that may seem like something that may never reach you, but ultimately, this is where we are, not even where we're headed. And so my hope this afternoon
is that this panel will be able to discuss an interest in some of these areas as we look at the evolution of legal practice. So in introducing the panel, one is Scott One, who is the co-founder and CEO of Africa Legal, part of the Africa Professional Services Group. Africa Legal was founded with the goal of helping African legal professionals access the latest jobs and legal news in one place. They have also invested heavily in providing a market-leading legal education solution offering on their website that will allow law students and legal practitioners to upskill through online courses. I think we do have a partnership with South Africa Law Society and offer accreditation and partnerships with leading universities across Africa. Scott was also the chair of Save the Children Africa Advisory Board, where he raised millions for the project across the continent, and now sits along with his wife on the board of trustees of the charity Spotlight in Africa, which works in the slum communities around Bale in eastern Uganda, helping families displaced by generations of conflict throughout the region. Today, Scott will discuss the evolution, the evolving pace of legal practice, influence of technology on the law firm. Please welcome Scott. I think it's better for me to introduce each of the panelists that you find don't get lost in there. So we shall start with Scott, who will have 10 minutes to be able to speak to us on the topic of evolving pace of legal practice, influence of technology on the law firm. And thereafter, I'll introduce each of the panelists and where we shall have a Q&A. Scott, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, all, and I wish I was with you today as opposed to sitting here in a wet, cold London. And hello to my fellow panelists as well. Listen, Kenneth, thanks for inviting me today. And as you mentioned in the introduction, we have a relationship with the East Africa Law Society through learning courses we've been working on. And today, apologies, but I do have a meeting at 10:30. I have to be on. I know the other panel runs slightly late. So if I could just run through some of the points that you wanted me to discuss, Kenneth, would that help? Certainly, what is legal technology? And I can go from there. Okay. The question is, which is often asked of Africa Legal, and forgive the shameless plug, is covered in depth via one of the online courses created by Africa Legal, leveraging off legal technology to grow your law firm, which was produced in partnership with Liquid Intelligence Technologies. Look, legal technology is a wide-ranging term used to describe technology solutions that aim to support, supplement, and replace traditional ways of delivering legal services or enhancing efficiency. Kenneth, you alluded earlier, technology itself is anything from CRM systems through to education. Now, specific definitions of available tools can either be extremely useful or utterly unhelpful. When it comes to legal technology, I've seen how a specific lawyer defines it as absolutely inherent to their success in utilizing it. So look, allow me to explain that a little bit more. Those lawyers who approach legal technology with a highly specific or narrow definition, for example, it's how law firms use CRM, customer relationship management systems, or it's something to do with AI and comes with an eye-watering price tag, something for the big firms, are pretty much doomed to never fully realize the power and the value which legal technology could unlock for them and their firms. My request is that we instead adapt and motivate a far wider and more flexible definition and viewpoint on legal technology. It's just tech which lawyers can use to be better lawyers and create better law firms. Now, this definition can help lawyers and their law firms unshackle themselves from potentially limiting attitudes. If legal tech is just tech, then utilizing a proper email system is legal tech. Using Microsoft's product suites or Google suites, maintaining a proper calendar of meetings electronically or presenting or via Zoom, as I'm doing here today, it's all legal tech. Now, such an attitude can be liberating, removing the single biggest perceived barrier to African law firms embracing legal tech, and this being cost. It is imperative that law firms understand that a $15 US per month user license for a decent cloud CRM or even a free, thinking about HubSpot or something like that, both represent an opportunity to develop and streamline your legal services via legal technology. Just because it doesn't come with a big, shiny, flashing neon sign saying legal tech doesn't mean it doesn't do it. So what is legal tech? It is indeed potentially transformative for each and every one of your law firms, but it's also accessible, it's scalable, and nowhere near as scary or expensive as you may have led yourself to believe. So what is the likely impact of technology on the law firms? You know, kind of to my mind, the use of likely here is interesting. Do we mean what is a potential impact for an individual firm embracing legal tech, or more so the impact of the legal services sector as a whole? Now, rather than split hairs, let's deal with both in turn. Starting with the legal sector as a whole, luckily, we don't need to be Nostradamus to predict the impact of legal technology in the sector. The evidence is already there and is quite profound. Developed legal markets, the most significant being the US, unearths interesting data as to the growth of both law firms' revenues and profitability as the market as a whole started to be engaged with the technology itself. You know, I'm not advocating that legal technology is the sole or even main driver of the elite top 25 law firms by PEP, you know, profits per equity partner. But there are firms who have both deep pockets and forward-thinking mindsets to most fully engage with legal technology, to the extent that many even invest or develop their own solutions today. Now, overall spend on legal tech correlates strongly with overall growth of the profits and revenue. Most obviously is the post-financial crisis world of the 2008. And kind of taking that on a more granular level and more contemporarily, the COVID pandemic has provided more evidence for technology's ability to offset market turbulence and sluggish growth. Now, the 2021 Reuters pandemic performance report that was read showcased this through data with the top quartile of performing law firms across the pandemic being those who reduced their investment in technology at least. This was actually the third most significant factor to the overall performance through the pandemic. Now, the highest was, interestingly, not lowering support staff pay or investment, but that's an issue and a different conversation for us to decide. Now, on the individual level, I would reference our good friends and leading Kenyan law firm ALN, Anjawara and Kana, as a wonderful example of Africa's ability to engage with opportunities unlocked through legal technology. Now, before the crisis of size matters ring through the audience, I hasten to add that the firm's utilization and encouragement of base level technology, such as cloud storage, email infrastructure, remote working that we've all had to do, video conferencing as we're doing now, and basic analytic services can applauded and benefit tracked just as much as their next level utilization of coming in e-discovery and forensic investigation tech solutions. So the key point to be made here is that benefiting from the legal technology is not an all or nothing scenario. There is a benefit to be found at all levels, and engagement expense. Now, indeed, there is a case to make that overinvestment in solutions way beyond your firm's current requirements or of utilization could to do more harm than good. Legal tech is a journey. It's certainly one that's every lawyer and all lawyers in Africa can at least take the step on. Now, I was listening very intently to the last panel, and they were mentioning about technology and the use of social media, which is a fantastic way of us bringing this community together. And it's something that I think has enhanced the last 12 months of the African legal community. So where are we now? Legal technology and the artificial intelligence tools for the law firms, examples that I'm trying to think of. Now, rather than reeling off a long list of categorized solutions, I will instead, once again, draw attention to Africa's Leverage Legal Technology online course, which I mentioned at the beginning. Let's instead take this opportunity to deal with the busiest of buzzwords, AI, or artificial intelligence, which we all know is a learned procedure. It's an interesting world we find ourselves in, whereby any tool which leverages an underlying and ever-evolving data is somewhat defined as AI powered. I'll take this opportunity to kind of motivate the audience to some time truly understanding the difference between I and the much less glamorous surrounding machine learning, which is actually a mechanism through which 90% of AI powered legal tech tools actually operate. There's much more reading to be done here. Very simply, AI solves tasks that require human intelligence, while machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that solves specific tasks by learning from data and making predictions. So looking forward, alternative areas of practice that I'm thinking about, and we're seeing the emergence of technology, media that was mentioned in the last panel, and telecommunications, so the TMT practice. So I think looking at, with reference to the whole TMT, I choose to be a bit controversial and say that I would class this as practice as very much established rather than emerging. You know, in comparison, I'd look at areas I consider truly emerging, such as cryptographic currencies, blockchain, space law that was alluded to earlier. You know, it's no surprise that each of these practice areas is intrinsically linked to technology, both in subject matter and the skill sets which legal experts require. You know, it's a false trope that all lawyers will need to code, but a basic understanding of coding as a concept tool is imperative for any lawyer looking to advise software companies, both developed and startup. Think of any issues from, I don't know, IP to company valuation and sale, and the ability of legal counsel to truly grasp and create value of underlying code and its financial value should be obvious. Looking at another development with pan-sector potentials, blockchain. We all hear about blockchain. Again, a truly deep understanding of the functionality of specific blockchain isn't necessary, but a grasp of the basics is essential. It really is, for, you know, to bring us to a close, it's I would say, let's envisage, and let's just take a scenario here and just mention space. Let's envisage a true African lawyer of the future, advising on a mineral processing technology which utilizes powerful code and blockchain processing in order to build a value profile for a far off but mineral rich asteroid, currently unclaimed by a specific nation or corporation. From issues of IP to sovereign jurisdiction, fair value and mineral extraction licensing, many traditional legal skills and services have been required, but it is the lawyer and the law firms who have the technology nuances of which solutions truly embedded into their advice, and a wider delivery, you will always be winning and retain such good clients. So legal technology, as I've just described, Kenneth, it's everything from your CRM, your blockchain, through to your basic learning, of which we are partnering with East Africa Law Society to give people access to truly world-class training, continued professional training. So is there a lot to do? There's a lot for us to embrace. And I kind of leave it there for us to just kind of mull over some of the comments I've made. And I know that most people will be looking forward to getting to an early lunch, and those who are playing golf will be very much looking forward to that as well.
All right, Scott, thank you very much. I think, Scott, one of the things that you mentioned was that the TMT proofing is no longer an emerging area of law. And I really, really agree. And I think some of my panelists, I think Sandy is the chair of the Intellectual Property Cluster or Committee of East Africa Law Societies. I chair the Technology, Media, and Telecoms Committee of East Africa Law Society. And we're seeing that there are many firms that are now being intentional about having
partners, having leaders that actually head these practice groups, not because they are sourcing or they are thinking of where they're going to get the work from, but the work is already there. So I think as young lawyers and as legal practitioners, these areas are already here, and it's up to us to be able to invest not only in expertise amongst the lawyers that we hire, but also in the technology. And I like really, Scott, how you summed up by saying that legal tech is really technology that lawyers can use. And I know that Africa Legal is one of those platforms where you are able to get legal information across Africa. And this will help you to be able to serve these clients, because most of these clients actually share resources. Sorry, they operate in many countries, and as lawyers, it's up to us to share resources within our practice groupings and across borders. We collaborate a lot with Sunday here, and with other law firms like Trust Law from Rwanda. Voice sitting here. Same thing in Kenya. Same thing in DRC, and across Africa and across the world. If you're a lawyer and you don't have a firm that you collaborate for 1 week in another jurisdiction, it becomes difficult to be able to practice law, especially in these areas. So, Scott, I'll just ask you perhaps just one question, and then I'll be able to move to Cherry. From what you mentioned, if you could perhaps just recommend, I think you mentioned that you have another meeting, so this is the only question that I'll be able to ask. If you could recommend to the lawyers here, what particular tools that you can just say, okay, perhaps this tool will be able to help you with this tool will be able to help you with that, specifically around any shared work that lawyers may have, especially across borders, and as they also service their clients in the areas that you mentioned.
I think, Kenneth, thanks for that. I think it's important to understand. I think it's important to understand that Africa Legal is now about 6-7 years old, and our passion at Africa Legal has always been about building a truly collaborative and transparent community. And I think that actually the sharing of knowledge that we're looking to bring to the Pan-African market, you know, we're sitting at just under 500,000 in our community now, all of whom are consuming our content, as you mentioned, understanding who certain key individual lawyers are on the continent, learning from them. And the whole access to actually knowledge is so important for all of us. We can't consume enough knowledge and the impact of understanding what's going on in a different jurisdiction. So our passion is driven by really the full upskilling of the Pan-African legal community as well. You know, it's not just across the continent. There's a global problem here, and the problem is it's not academic. Some of the most brilliant lawyers I've spoken to are on the continent, and I'm very humbled that that they're so academic in terms of the practice of law. But actually, one of the biggest problems that we've got on a global scale is very much around the actual practical application of law. So one of our biggest passions is not so much about delivering academic learning to the masses across the continent, but it's very much about actually, what are the 3 takeaways of this course that we want our learners to take away? And what are the 3 key areas that I can apply to my desk this afternoon? And I think for us, if we can truly engage and bring some of the world's biggest academics and corporates and government to Africa at a price point that's affordable, hence our partnership with East Africa Law Society, it truly is something that's going to really set the young lawyers up for the future of law in Africa. There's going to be so many deals completed, and it would be so good if we have the true mindset and the true understanding and expertise that we can deliver to enable them to transact even better. Because let's be honest, the globe needs to know more about the brilliant legal professions on the continent, and that's a big passion of mine, Kenneth. You know that as a friend as well. So for me, I go back to, it's about content sharing, it's about content consumption, it's about being collaborative, it's understanding actually, what can make me the best version of I am today. Let's be honest, not everyone, Kenneth, is going to be able to do a massive transaction, but that doesn't exclude people from working in law. So, there could be another area of law that they could be looking at. It could be business development, it could be HR, it could be something else. But fundamentally, I think we owe to everyone as a community, as a truly, truly Pan-African community, to share as much content and information to make the better version of us as we go forward into the future. And for me, and for my co-founder and the team here at Africa Legal, that is something that we will continue to strive for every day, to enable you, to give you the best opportunities moving forward. So yeah, the sharing of technology, as basic as it is on the media level, through the learning and through the adaptation of research, for us, that is using legal technology. The rest will fall into place, Kenneth, you know that.
Scott, thank you very much for that. And actually, Scott, anytime we can drop off, I'm just now waiting on to Terry Kahuma. Terry, Scott has mentioned so many things about one being able to leverage information and especially this technology as lawyers. For the audience, Terry is a young lawyer from Kampala, Uganda, but why he's on this panel specifically, that he's a lawyer that is trying to leverage, perhaps, I don't know whether to call it now, in terms of the legal industry, emerging, I'm not sure, uses YouTube and uses social media to be able to speak to his clients and I think his audience. Terry. So maybe just as an introduction, Terry is a young lawyer, an advocate, a trained mediator, currently working at the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited in Uganda in this legal department. He's the host of a legal YouTube channel called Simply Legal by Terry Kahuma, where he simplifies the law creatively. And he's also the CEO of a legal mobile application called Family. And so Terry is going to share with us on the legal practice of tomorrow. And the first question which I mentioned is the way in which legal practice is practiced, so in which the law is practiced changing. And if so, tell us about how you're doing that.
Well, thank you so much for such a vibrant introduction. Before I begin, actually, Kenneth is my former lecturer at Uganda Christian University. He lectured me intellectual property rights 1 and 2. And actually, I was discussing with him and he told me that part of my innovations was because he, back in school, inspired us so much to think without a box. So thank you so much for inspiring me years ago. I guess here we are now sharing the same once again, my name is Terry Kahuma. I'm a lawyer, trained mediator. I work with Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. And I'm also the host of Simply Legal by Terry Kahuma. And I'm also the CEO of our legal mobile app, which is called Family. I'll get to the YouTube channel and the app in a minute. I want to first answer Ken's question. I think currently, with the way the law is being practiced, I'll give a yardstick of Uganda. I'm not too sure about other jurisdictions, though I have done research on Kenya and Tanzania. I think Kenya has it has a higher adaptability rate than Uganda does currently because Kenya has embraced technology faster than Uganda has. I've tried to study the jurisdiction there, and I think many of the law firms all have already gone ahead of Uganda. In Uganda, adaptability of technology has mainly been done towards social media, but not in the legal practice. Well, in the recent years, we had things like techniques coming up, and for those of you who might not be Uganda, techniques is our online court filing system. So now we have a system where we can be able to file without actually going physically to court. So I think in Uganda or in East Africa, we still have a job to do to be able to use technology to our advantage, especially as lawyers, because our profession is quite conservative. And I think we can borrow an idea from all the fintechs and all the other professions which are now using technology. Recently, I was at Motive. We have Motive, which is kind of like our innovation hub. So I even found that even HR, human resource people are now using technology to their advantage. I think as lawyers, we use technology to our advantage and we come up with all these other different innovations which are going to impact the society and also be able to push the profession further. I think we're going to have a very good run with our profession. As the young lawyers, all my testing for how I've used technology.
I'll start with the YouTube channel. I don't know whether, so let me just give a brief showcase about it. No, that's the app. Let's go to the channel. So this is the app. I'll come to the, I'll start with the YouTube channel. Maybe I can build it. Okay, so if you can go a bit up, you can just go. So this is my YouTube channel. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I came up with this YouTube channel. It's called Simply Legal by Terry Kahoma. So part of this is that once COVID-19 came out, I decided to think creatively and think without having a box. So I said, how am I going to make an impact in society? Because I wasn't going to make any money from this. I just said, you know what, let me just use what I learned in law school to my advantage, or to the advantage of the community. So fast forward around May 2020, I said, you know what, let me just create a YouTube channel where I give free legal advice. So this was one of my ways of using technology to our advantage. I didn't see anyone in Uganda doing it, so I just said, you know what, let me just start this, and maybe other young lawyers will pick up, maybe to come up with greater innovations. So what, you can just move a bit lower. So what happened was that I used to get people's problems, because I noticed during COVID-19, many lawyers were curtailed, we couldn't work. We could only work through Zoom or maybe, let's say, WhatsApp calls. People did not know how to consult except you maybe have to call a lawyer. So I just used to get those problems, and then I would address them, like it's land issues. Given that we're also in Tanzania, most East Africans have similar issues, I'd like to, but this is a general one. Land issues, criminal issues. So I get people's problems, and then I address them on the channel. At least I get like a video of like 10 minutes or 5 minutes, or at most 15 minutes, and I'll address it on the channel. So currently, I've gotten about 3,500 subscribers in the past 3 years. And yeah, that's basically it for the YouTube channel. Now, coming towards that, would you like a brief video, like a whole? So this is a brief introduction about how the video is, how what the channel is about. And be able to increase the volume, the sound. Yeah, the sound. The video seems to be a bit sitting, but this was just a brief introduction of what the video is. I mean, what the channel is, what we offer on this channel, because there are about like 3 people I work with who are videographers, editors. So that was the YouTube channel in brief. For those of you who might not have heard its name, it's Simply Legal by Terry Kahoma. Then fast forward, I thought about Farmeron, which is our legal mobile app. Maybe he can go to that. So Farmeron is an app which connects lawyers and people together. We started with our initial goal, which was primarily connecting lawyers and people together, still during the COVID-19 time. However, our team faced a lot of issues of funding and the fact that we were just young lawyers. It's just me and another lady and a software engineer. So incorporating it from the conception idea to the actual part where it is right now was a bit tedious. That's why it took so long. We ended up coming up with it in the middle of this year. So if we just go to the next slide, Farmeron addresses these problems. We have we address the issue of access to justice, language barrier. We have we wanted to provide employment for lawyers, because we noticed one of the problems are a huge unemployment for lawyers. Then limited access to legal content. Mostly lawyers, or it's mostly us land fellows who know about like South African law reports or Kampala law reports. But I want to also bring that to the common person, people who are not as lawyers. Maybe a finance person can now get to know a few articles about what's happening in the legal world, or if any current event is happening all over
let's say Uganda or East Africa or all over the world, then they can be able to have lawyers who can simplify that for them through the app. Then we have time constraint of urgent services. At least on the app, we wanted people's problems to be addressed easily by the lawyers who are on the platform. Then we have the high cost of accessing legal services. Throughout my journey as a young lawyer, I noticed many people complain that us lawyers charge very high. But then I used to tell them that, okay, why can we provide for you a platform where we can at least subsidize the cost for you, so you can be able to have a win-win situation for both the lawyers and also for the clients. So this was basically a legal marketplace for us lawyers. On to the next slide. I'll just be very brief. So this is basically where you can find our platform, our app. So we have a website called farmering.ug, and we have the app both on Apple Store and Play Store. So we have two versions of the platform. We have Farmer and Lawyer, Farmer and Client. So whoever downloads the platform, the best way you can be able to see it is through the client's version. The lawyer's version, whichever lawyer is interested in joining the platform, will be able to first test them, vet them. Currently, we have started working with a few individuals from ULS to be able to see whether we can trust these lawyers. Are they actually advocates? If they're advocates, are they enrolled? Then, if we also want to provide work for just normal lawyers. On to the next slide. Yeah, so this is basically our solution in brief. We're just addressing the problem directly from what we had seen earlier. We provide easy access to legal services like consultation. If someone wants a lawyer on demand, they can be able to go on the platform. Then language options. This one is a bit tricky because we wanted to include block languages for the current version that we have right now, but that's a bit tedious because it's quite cumbersome to put many languages. So we decided to come up with just normal languages we have in Uganda that everyone can understand, like Uganda. We are currently trying to include Swahili, maybe Luo, at least languages which even someone who is not directly into that language is able to understand. Then we want to have verified lawyers on the platform. The lawyers, currently we already have about 27 lawyers on the platform, and we're sure of these lawyers, we're sure of their services, we're sure that they're tried and tested by us. And also provide employment for lawyers, at least most, even if we would like to believe when we're coming up with this platform, even if lawyers are employed, still there's no lawyer who will ever refuse extra money or extra work. And yeah, being on this platform can be a side, let's say side hustle, or even for some a major job. Then provision of legal content. We are still, the version we have right now is just a prototype, it's just the initial version, but we are currently including all of these more complex services in the platform. And finally, the next slide. The next one. Yeah, this is our business model. We have lawyers who will be subscribing to the platform, and from there on, the lawyer can take it on with the client. So even if you have a big deal with the client, the app really doesn't benefit from that. The initial goal we have was just to be able to ease access to for both lawyers and for clients. Later on, we'll go into maybe more complex ways of charging, but it's a very small fee because lawyers are able to pay a subscription fee for about 4 months, and that subscription fee can last them for all the 4 months. So they pay once every 3 months, and that's 4 times a year. So they pay every quarter. At least that's the most predictable way of dealing with the lawyers. And on to the next slide.
I think, Jerry, perhaps we could just discuss a little bit of what you say. Of course, the reason why I love coming to this East African Law Society meetings and engagements is we're going to see what's actually happening in the legal market. How many of you knew that there was an application like this? How many of you knew or are aware that the lawyers were practicing law this way? I think the traditional models, working in law firms, in legal departments, are what we're used to. But the reality on the ground is that legal practice has changed. And perhaps having engagements like these are a good way to have the our regulators, our law councils, so to speak, to be able to move with the times and allow legal practice to continue to thrive the way it has thrived from when legal practice started. And so it's so refreshing to see a lawyer like Terry sharing with you about how you can be able to earn money as a lawyer outside of perhaps the traditional way that you used to earn money. But beyond that as well, one of the key things we focus on is the unemployment of lawyers. We rarely speak about these things, but that is the truth. We have many lawyers that are practicing within East Africa and within Africa. And of course, it's very difficult to split or share the work amongst all of us. So it's important for you first and foremost to expand your mind and to try and be as creative and think outside the box as a legal practitioner. And perhaps if I may move on to Osiri Memorial. We've seen Terry and other lawyers who are creating these solutions. We've seen that legal services can now be offered over the internet. One of the biggest questions is around tax. And so looking at your expertise, you're a senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi, in the Faculty of Law. You hold a bachelor's degree from University of Nairobi and a master's degree from the University of Auckland. I think that's Australia. You worked as a tax advisor at Deloitte and PwC and practiced commercial and tax law at Iseme Kamau and Maema Advocates Nairobi. You're a member of the Law Society of Kenya and the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and your principal area of law is tax law. Can you let us know how tax is looking at platforms like Terry's and generally social media, since social media is one of the biggest tools that we use not only in business but also in social life?
Thank you. Zisikuwe direct kwenye screen
What we call digitalization
zote mbili ya huku na huku.
It's actually us. Business sector and all business. Now, from government perspective, especially the tax authorities, their interest is how to get a fraction of the income that's being generated. So we have applications like the ones of these. All these transactions that are taking place online, the focus of that is to get a fraction of income. But then when we come to those business models, we have being conducted within countries. But you also have many that are being carried out by foreign businesses and foreign firms. But then these foreign firms or businesses do not have a presence. They are not found in the countries in which we are.
That's an extra.
And if they are not found in the countries in which we are, then governments struggle to be able to collect the taxes from them. So that's why we have in the recent years, especially starting now, international efforts have rules that governments can use to tax the international transactions. And now locally, what we call the domestic, the digital services tax. For instance, in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, we have those particular laws where government want to get a fraction of the revenue paid and other similar businesses are doing. This is very enjoying. It's complex, it keeps on evolving, and governments don't have a firm grasp of what the needs to do to be able to connect this. That's what somebody.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Maybe before I move on to Sandy, you're saying that governments have issues with finding models to be able to tax. I'm aware that there is a OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation Development, which has proposed pillars or models that governments or entities or even companies can be able to use to be able to tax these digital or legal platforms. Are there any you can share with our audience?
Yeah, certainly. This will have implication. This technology that we've been talking about implicates many areas of work that lawyers do.
So tax is one of them. Of course, data protection, competition law, just to mention a few. But then, remember in around 2008, there was a global financial crisis. And people realized that the government's finances were really squeezed, that there were corporations that were not paying their what's called the fair share of taxes. In the countries in which they operated, in the countries that were founded. And then in these local bodies, the G77, the G20, the group of 7 in other countries, they got and were thinking, how do we ensure that this country is paying their fair share of taxes? So one of the areas that was identified is the whole area of the digital economy. So it was one of the areas that was identified as being extremely problematic. So you have the big digital companies, Microsoft, Google, operating in different countries, but either they are not found there, and if they are not found there, they don't pay taxes, but they have customers who are buying goods from there. So the role of shepherding, crafting and coming out to new roles to play in this area from the perspective of taxation was given to the ACT. So the ACT discussions came up with an action plan. It's called digitalization. Action plan has been worked on, and it's still actually being worked on. So the last few years, they have come up with 2 strategies for implementing the digitalization of the tax and the digitalization of the economy. So the very first plan, so they call one pillar, pillar 2. So pillar 1 is where they want to allocate profits of the multinational corporations to countries where they do business. When they don't have addresses, they call the market jurisdiction. So when you don't have addresses in Tanzania, but you still want you to pay taxes, but you're not available in Tanzania. So they have come up with a formula for dealing with that, where they say that 25% of the profits of multinational corporations, which pass a certain margins, tax for this particular country. But if you look at those rules, they affect around 100 multinational corporations. And if it comes to Kenya and they apply that formula, it only catches 9 or 8 multinational corporations. So Kenya has said it doesn't want to go with those particular rules. I know Tanzania, Uganda, and others with those particular positions. The whole issue was in the different rates of taxes that countries normally have. So you find there are some that have 0, 5, 15. What demand is that multinational corporations using some of the professional things here can use tricks to ensure that profits are shifted to countries where they have low taxes. In Africa, one of those countries has been Mauritius because of low corporation tax. So the pillar 2 is meant to deal with that issue. And it is said that all countries should have a minimum corporation tax of 15%. And if a country does not have 15%, there are formulas to ensuring that the rate is brought to 30%. And that's really pillar 2. But the bottom line is focusing on the digital companies. So if you also have digital companies like the one for Kenya, going to do operations outside Uganda, that is big. And those are some of the rules. But the rules are not finalized yet. They're still working on them. But then of course remember the rules but we not follow what has happened in very advanced countries. The USA, whereas the Biden administration is very enthusiastic about doing such reforms, but you know what Congress does? Because Congress has to make decisions. And then again, if the USA does not go with some of these proposals, they may be dead in the water. So there are a host of an array of issues, very complex and very evolving, and implicate the technological sector.
Thank you very much. You mentioned something around data protection, and now I'll move on to Sandy. Sandy, my brother, my friend, Sandy Godfrey Namkova. He's a managing partner at ABC Attorneys Tanzania. He's an advocate of the High Court of Tanzania and all other courts. He's also the current chairperson of the Intellectual Property Committee of East Africa Law Society, and he's a United Kingdom Chartered Trademark Attorney. Mr. Damukova's practice focuses on commercial and corporate law, with main focus on foreign investment law, local content law, of course, intellectual property law. His experience in advising on mergers and acquisition, company restructuring, infrastructure projects, project finance, investment, compliance, intellectual property, employment law, and technology, media, and telecommunication. Sandy, Osiris spoke about data protection. Why should the lawyers in this room know about data protection? What is it? And is it an emerging area of practice? Is it an area of practice that's already established?
Thank you very much. I think like what my colleagues are saying, it's a practice area of which we have to be very keen in respect of the fact that now we are speaking of things like AFTA, the African Free Trade Area. We're thinking of trade organization. Now we are helping to move goods and services across Africa, the agenda 2063, and also agenda of mobile applications. Now, data protection comes into play in the sense that what Kerry was saying on what he has invented and what he's working on comes across into what East Africa is looking into as far as movement of data. Now, you are, let's say, in Uganda. Now, there is that move across Kenya, move across Tanzania. That comes across, and then it brings a lot of issues in terms of now you have laws and policies that are actually wherever you're taking another tool that can actually protect what that is coming over. So that also aligns into the principles that happens for data protection, of which the core of the laws and policies that deal with data protection. There are about 8. Just go through. So we have like law of fairness and transparency, of which I believe even the Uganda Data Protection Act has that. Even the Tanzanian one, which was passed in November, I think it's still signed by the president. But we have, I think, also the Section 3, which is related to EOE, which has all the principles of what are in the purpose limitation, we have data organization, accuracy, we have storage limitation, things of integrity, and accountability, of which all of these have to be adhered to. They cut across globally, and nations have subscribed to them. They're put into their laws. But also, this also goes in line with the right that comes with that. So, like let's say, right to access and you have right information, things like right to data security. All these things are to play. Now we are at that age whereby we cannot do away with technology. We have to subscribe to that. As lawyers, we have to do that. What you will say is happening in Tanzania as well. Some of our colleagues who are not here, I think they have what is called a PR. It's going somewhere. It does more or less the same, but in a different way. But we have also, let's say, like our friend, we do virtually in terms of our cloud tech for our clients. So most of our data is put there, but for having it
paper, but also we have the software which is, we call it the IntelliGC, which cuts across in terms of if you are building a grant, they can see that they can log in and they can look at it there. They even need to have a software installed in their laptops. So that also aligns that operation and with what we're talking about here. So I believe it's that part of the practice of which you have to subscribe to. You have to know what that protection in our legal activities, but also to understand that where we are going the next 5 years, the legal domain will change. All these things of Zoom and whatnot are going to go even beyond the fact that law firms are perhaps going to go virtual. We're not really able to actually see each other, or let's say in numbers in offices anymore. That's my take.
Thank you, Sandy. Actually, data is now bigger than oil. In every respect, data is bigger than oil. And so that gives us more opportunities for lawyers to practice in this area. And perhaps now I just want to just for 5 minutes, because I think we are all hungry. But the questions from the audience. The four panelists have spoken extensively about the evolving face of legal technology. Let's receive a few questions. I think there's a panel, maybe someone can copy the microphone. Very small room. Start with the gentleman at the back. Yes, that's it. I don't think it's a microphone here, so please feel free to speak. Sandy,
that kind of trust, because now, although they trust how that goes country and all that, does that apply to this app? And can they be considered, for example, like data controllers or something? I know the section in data controllers is processing data for people, those countries. And so now qualified that now I'm requiring that when you are developing these apps, you consider yourself a controller, required to register, meet all those conditions.
Thank you. I think we can have okay, and take these questions, every question, and then answer, and then we can be able to close. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Priya from Kampala. My question is directed to my brother here. You are aware of the law that prohibits advocates from soliciting clients. And in your demonstration, we noted that your app is open to the public and it's basically notifying them of what you do. How do you balance the dilemma of having to deal with the law that prohibits you from soliciting and then doing what you're supposed to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Kore Kwani. Yes, I'm a young lawyer in Uganda. Is the city to that, and the council member in Kenya. I want to paraphrase what just my colleague has said on issues to deal with, especially internet. How do we regulate undercutting? How do we regulate on our services? Because you have put up an app. Our colleagues here maybe, and they understand that once you put an app, anyone can access it. But our profession, the way we are going, is that we're not protecting our profession, because in terms of the fees, I will log in, I see you are charging 50,000 or 20,000. I will not go to someone's office because you have already put it online. The question we should ask ourselves: how do we then regulate? The doctors cannot do that. They only just put. But as we have gone ahead, tell the grants that we are putting our services out there. How then will we be able to charge the fees and earn a living? Because our services out there, we are becoming too much lenient to the litigants. The litigants will come to offices,
But we're becoming too much to them that we need them to know the law. Let them go to school if they want. But this idea of putting everything on, I don't subscribe to it.
Okay, thank you. I think we can, okay, we can have just one more question.
Vivian Model from Kenya. My question goes to Mr. Robert. How comfortable are you with the data, I mean, the statutes and the regulations and the policies that are covering us? Because now we're going with technology, that's why we say we're bigger than oil now, which is true. So how are we doing at the rate it takes to protect data and to you know, I fear that all this data ever is going to expose us in the more because we've seen the scenario we can be that against you. So how are you comfortable with the rate at which you're doing and intelligence and technology? And are we also getting the right training in terms of people should know what they're supposed to do with this stuff? Like as much as law firms and lawyers and risk, perhaps we don't know the laws or what they're supposed to do in terms of
Okay, thank you. Perhaps, Sandy, you can start with those since you have questions around data protection. But maybe just to share with Amanya, is it? Amanya. There is actually an application for doctors called Rocket Health. I'm not sure if it has branched out for other African countries. But, you know, like you're saying, I think to speak to a doctor on that application, the percentage is about 50,000 shillings. And so the doctor will give you a call and be able to diagnose you. Everything done online as well. So I think it's not just for lawyers, it has also branched out into other professions.
The concept we are saying is what? That as lawyers, we are putting so much out there. The doctors have received. The only response the doctor is the one give you the information. Because here we are having a scenario where young lawyers are saying we don't have work. So we have put all the work, labor, project, and labor online. Doctors don't. You call them their office, then they say, we are switching it to the doctor. The doctor thinks you don't put it on, and that's what I'm saying.
Terry, you're on the hot seat, but after Sunday.
All right, so I'll go quickly. Yeah. My brother, especially on data controls and data protection, of course. I echo with you what you're saying. It says that okay, these laws are coming up now. Like let's say Tanzania would not have it. We moved across into now. We are very big in the sense that now at least I think about 6 or 7 people out of 10 have mobile phones and they have access to all these apps. But then there's a lot of data that is cutting across. But then again, we are very late in developing our law that cuts for data protection. It's only recent of which is coming to fruition. But also there are things like what I was saying when it comes to After is the African protection area now developing a protocol on IP, of which the idea is to harmonize all the IP laws in Africa, of which I believe in something of that nature is what we need so that we have harmony. But if you look at the principles as well, I was talking about the principle of data protection. They are uniform. Even if you look at the law of Uganda, it covers for that as well. I think section 6 or something like that. It has highlighted the importance of the transparency. It has to be there. So all these mobile applications are coming across when they have to look at data protection, they have to look at transparency. When you're asking for data, you have to know that that is going to be protected. At the end, you have all the means necessary to make sure that there is security. And you have to also appear to this because you have to destroy the data as well. And the client has to know that you can destroy it. And it has to be safe as well when you have it with you. And you don't invite it to the parties. So all that comes to play. And the developers have to understand that there is an issue with protection when has to come across. So there is a thing of the fact that we have to do a lot of knowledge. People have to be told that there is this, and it's important in platform like this ones, where at least we can actually talk about it. But then to my sister, what you say in terms of if you are comfortable, I can say I'm a bit comfortable, but not that comfortable, in the sense that we are going at a snail's pace. You see, there's a saying you always say that the robots are coming. It's inevitable. Even though we're trying to fight it, even if I'm not trying to answer your question, but what you're saying is valid, makes perfect sense. So we have to actually, before we move, we have to have laws in place, procedures in place whereby we protect our profession. It's an profession. So this just cut across technology, but then how do we bridge that? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because we are not comfortable in the sense that we are not ready, but we should be ready. And we shouldn't take that into pride in the sense that we have to slow down. We have to hurry up because the world is moving faster. Last 2 weeks ago, we had a city conference in Zanzibar, whereby with our presentation about Zanzibar having their own internet. We even had our master come to Tanzania doing the same sort of. But we're talking of Web 2.0, I believe, whereby you can control your own internet, and that is why we are moving towards data protection of things like that. But then, at what pace? Should we restrict to our traditional ways, or should we now manage the two and move so that at the end of the day, the young ones, the Christians can somehow find ways to make use of where the world is going, technology, but still maintain that sanctity of what we have. So I would say, in a nutshell, I think I've answered all the questions.
Yes, thank you. And I think really in serving what Sandy is saying, lawyers usually thrive in ambiguity. And never have ambiguity, especially in the law system, for you lawyers. They are the ones to give the direction as where we need to go. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pass that with this question because it seems like the most controversial. So I'll start with the point that my colleague has just said. Technology is here to help us. The law profession is a noble one. So how do we reach middle ground? I'll give an example of my channel. What I do on my channel is give basic tips. I do not give everything on my channel. You will have the benefit of going to look at it if you are interested, and you will actually see most of the videos that I do. By the time I come up with something, I've left enough mystery for someone to come and approach whatever lawyer that they want to approach. Secondly, many people, especially in East African countries, I'll give an example of that, do not even know that lawyers offer other services aside from courts. For example, they do not know that if someone's trespassing on your land, or if someone comes up with, if someone frequently comes and says that they own your land, someone does not know that you need to put there a caveat. So if I do a short video and tell them, for example, what is a caveat, or how to lodge a caveat, or something like that, if you just give them basic tips, they're going to come to you for the major work that's going to be done. So much like Rocket Health, what us young lawyers are trying to do is that we are trying just to put our services out there, not directly advertising, but just giving a sneak peek or a glimpse on what we can do, and then later on, the person who is interested or who has that problem that they didn't even know that they had will then come and then address whatever lawyer who they want people to address. I don't think it's putting it out there because jurisdictions like the United States and the UK they have YouTube channels, they have apps. The US, I know about like 5 lawyers who have legal mobile apps, or they have YouTube channels, and that does not stop from it. Doesn't mean that they're putting so much out there. They could just be giving maybe their own opinions or perspectives about current events. So it's not putting a lot out there, it's putting a little out there to be able to show clients problems that they did not even know that they had. Hence, it actually promotes our work as lawyers. It can be seen in different dimensions, either positively or negatively, but I like to see it as negative, as rather positively. And yeah, I hope I've answered your question. Okay. I'll also move to your question. Your question was how do we find a middle ground on the laws? Okay, so these I would like to be corrected by my senior, Ken. I don't know whether I don't think there are any direct laws or about legal tech in Uganda that are regulating, for example, emerging technologies like apps. Which one is that?
We are under the protocol. With that, when you look at the protocol, especially the one that has been signed on the East African level, together now with the East African level and the international level, Uganda or East Africa, we are bound by those So by the virtue of that, Uganda has not got the right and to escape those that are not moved as to violate those. That's
Yes, no reports or no laws, however, this one has ever come out to say that, let's say that has been infringed on, let's say with an emerging app. But technology is still a very young, it's like a nursery baby in a farm. It's so young. There are a few technologies that are out there, especially in Uganda. For example, ever since ECMIS came out, our code filing system, I think to about 85% has been efficient or effective in handling the backlog in courts. So, of course, nothing is ever perfect. With something that is ever emerging, just like a child is growing up, they're bound to make errors. But as to the best of my ability, I've not heard of any people who have come out and said that maybe with this app, I tried this app. ULS tried a similar app like mine called Leaderwalk, but I didn't hear of any laws that have been violated. So it's just about finding a sweet spot between not violating any laws and then being able to promote legal tech in Uganda.
Okay, folks, this has been such an interesting discussion. And I think really the takeaway that, and I hope we'll keep discussing this as a conference is still going on. You see, a few years ago, there was a battle between banks and financial technology companies, fintech. We see now, is anyone here that does not use M-Pesa or mobile money? But I can ask the same question for bank accounts, and maybe some of you will say how you can open up a bank account here. So I think really where we are, it is discussing how can we be able to be realistic with what's on the ground, and also is on the ground also ensure that the profession is not diluted in a manner perhaps that will make it difficult for us to be able to make money and to be able to service our clients and to be able to serve our communities. But thank you very much to this panel, Terry, Osiri, Sandy, and Scott for joining us online. We hope that you'll be able to continue this discussion as we move along. Thank you very much.
Microphone. Yeah, we have come to the end of the sessions. We will not stand between you and your human rights support. So please, thank you very much. Just having on tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
I'm leaving with them in a secretary to that. Yeah. Unaweza kama. Yeah. Unapita hii space alafu hiyo. Nimeelewa swali kweli sana. Naona just hapa kando pale unaweza bila kusubiri. Fungua tu hapo ndani. Hapo ndio secretary.